take a seat. Before we start the meeting, could I ask all present to please treat everyone in the chamber with respect. I call upon Reverend Canon Daniel Burton for a reflection, please.
You may have noticed this evening that I'm wearing 3 poppies. Perhaps the most significant for me is the small brass poppy, which is a Passchendaele centenary pin dedicated to the men who gave their lives during the Battle of Passchendaele in 1917 and crafted from metal from original shell fuses recovered from those battlefields. Both the red and green enamel contain finely ground earth from the same area. It was given to me by a Second World War veteran from Salford, now deceased, and reminds me of the pilgrimage that I led to Flanders as part of the centenary commemorations of the First World War. I'm also wearing a red poppy, the classic symbol of remembrance in this country. Inspired by the war poem In Flanders Fields by John McCrae, remembrance poppies were first worn towards the end of the First World War, and by 1921 they'd become widely accepted by Great Britain and her allies as a flower of remembrance to be worn on Armistice Day. Today, the Royal British Legion is responsible for the production and sale of more than 50 million poppies each year, thanks very largely to an army of volunteers, not least here in Oldham. According to their website, poppies are worn as a show of support for the armed forces community. Wearing a poppy is still a very personal choice. It is never compulsory, but is greatly appreciated by those who it is intended to support. For me, it is a reminder not only of those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in the First and Second World Wars, but also of those who died or were injured in the staggering 83 interventions in 47 different countries involving UK armed forces since 1945. When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. I'm also wearing a white poppy. It was first promoted in the 1930s by the Peace Pledge Union, which had itself been founded by veterans of the First World War who become convinced of the argument for pacifism. Although 1 or 2 public figures have attempted to politicise the wearing of the white poppy, in fact it has endured as a symbol of peace. And the Royal British Legion interestingly defends the right of people to wear different poppies. Children's author Michael Morpurgo describes his decision to wear a white poppy alongside his red one in the following way. Wearing the red poppy for me is not simply a ritual, not worn as a politically correct nod towards public expectation. It is in honour of the fallen, in respect and in gratitude for all they did for us. But I wear a white poppy alongside my red one because I know that they fought and so many died for my peace, for our peace. And I wear both side by side because I believe the nature of remembrance is changing and will change as decades pass since those 2 world wars. For me, the white poppy is a symbol of the hope that one day human beings will learn to settle their differences peacefully, by dialogue, and war will be consigned to the history books. As Jesus Christ himself said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. May I remind members and members of the public that the meeting will be streamed live on a webcast from the Council's website and Oldham Community Radio. The Council has a commitment to conduct its full Council business in an environment that is welcoming, secure, and safe for members, employees, and visitors. It is important that meetings are conducted in a safe and fair manner. All persons present at meetings should be treated with courtesy and respect. This includes members of the public, elected members, employees, and visitors. Behaviors, languages, actions, and impact of public safety cause disruption or adjournment of the course of business at meetings are not acceptable. Members of the public are asked, therefore, to note the public meeting protocol, which is also available on the Council's website, and elected members are reminded to note the elected member protocol and of the members' code of conduct, which provides details of expected principle of behaviors. Item 1, apologies. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Akhtar. Are there any other apologies? Take silence as no. Item 2 minute, please can council agree the minutes of the council meeting held on 11th September 2024?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just a point of order, if you don't mind, please. In regards to page 27, to the amendment that was moved in my name and seconded by Councillor Arnott. In that meeting, you asked me to withdraw remarks in regards to comments made by Councillor Harrison. In those remarks, you asked me to withdraw because there was a lack of evidence. Well, I have in my hand today, Mr Mayor, a confirmation for Greater Manchester Police that no report was received or asked to take down any such post. So as such, I withdraw my withdrawal on the basis that what I said was true.
That's acceptable. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, Kosa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. At the last council meeting, when we were on questions to cabinet members, at the end it was agreed that any submitted questions would receive a written response. I put in a question, and despite chasing this, I have not received a written response. I have resubmitted the question for tonight. However, could I ask that tonight, that at the end of that, any questions that have already been submitted, written responses provided to all councillors, and the time frame is agreed on when that will be done. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do you want to say, I'll come back to you, Councillor Harrison. From administration, do you want to respond to questions not being answered?
I'm sorry if you haven't received them, but who will you? It's certainly not come through my inbox because I've not seen it.
Could we ensure that...
So all any questions that any member asks me should be going in this chamber, should go through Constitutional Services who notify me. Is that who you sent it to? All right, well, I'm really sorry that you've not received a response. That's not acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Harrison?
Just to clarify, I didn't say it was Councillor Quigg at the time.
That's fine.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, given that clarification, I have got clarification it wasn't me, but she did accuse a non-unnamed member, of which I have got clarification, again, from Greater Manchester Police, that basically what you said was wrong.
We'll correct the minutes as requested. Thank you. Okay, I'll finish my sentence. Meeting held on 11th of September with amendments are approved as corrector card. The draft minutes of the special meeting held on 24th October were not complete at the time of the publication of the agenda for this meeting, and therefore these minutes will be presented to the next scheduled council meeting on 18th of December 2024. Approved with amendments? Agreement? Thank you. Item 3, declaration of interest. I understand there are 2 declarations of interest already received from both Councillor Lancaster and Councillor Arnott in relation to motion. Are there any other declarations of interest from members in respect of matters to be determined by the council at the meeting? Please ignore my last sentence, the previous paragraph. Any declarations of interest? Thank you. Item 4, urgent business. I'm not being notified of any other business, any urgent business. Item 5, communication relating to the business of the council. With respect to the item, sorry, I've not got the updated script, so let's try again. Okay, under urgent business, council to ask.
Sorry, I know you've already gone past the declarations of interest, but I'd like clarity on a certain question about the veterans motion, which is proposed by Councillor Wilkinson, because according to your script, Councillor Rustage is seconding an amendment, but as far as I'm aware, Councillor Rustage is a veteran, so should also be declaring interest in that. And I would like clarity because we've been informed that Councillor Arnott and Councillor Lancaster can't speak on that motion because of their interest, and yet Councillor Rustage has been allowed to second an amendment. So, well, the script's wrong then. So somebody in Constitutional Services
just give us
needs
2 seconds, and our solicitor will clarify, please.
Yep, we're just about to confirm that motion's been withdrawn, so that changes everything.
Yes, Councillor Shah.
So regardless, with all due respect to the Borough Solicitor, regardless of the motion being withdrawn, at group leaders today, again, something that your leader should have conveyed back to you, there was a discussion around the motion and around declarations of interest. At that point where it was raised that anybody that had to declare an interest on that, the script before it was withdrawn was changed so that Councillor Rustage, based on the information the Borough Solicitor gave us in that meeting, wasn't going to second it anyway. So I'm really sorry that you've got a script that's
Move
not
on to
okay.
item 4. Thank you, Councillor Shah. Urgent Business Council is asked to note that motion 4 at item 11, honouring veterans, has been withdrawn from the agenda. Item 5, communication relating to the business of the Council. With respect to the agenda item 10, I have been advised that further to paragraph 12.4.1 and 12.4.3 in the Council procedure rule, there will be a change of mover and seconder to the second administration motion, supporting kinship carers. The motion will now be moved by Councillor Shahid Mushtaq and seconded by Councillor Lisa Nifty. And number 2, with respect to item 11, motion 3, immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the motion will now be seconded by Councillor Wahid. With regard to item 11, notice of opposition business, I am proposing that the time of this item, as previously discussed, be allocated as follows: Liberal Democrat motion 10 minutes, Conservative motion 10 minutes, and Oldham Group motion 10 minutes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if the motion is not going to be there, we're not going to be listening to the fourth motion or whatever it is, would it be possible to have 10 minutes each for the opposition and take those 5 minutes?
That's exactly what I said, Councillor. You need to listen carefully. Oh, that's not a good sign. You're not listening. Item 6, petitions. There are no petitions for this meeting of the Council to consider. Item 7, Youth Council. There are no Youth Council business for this meeting of the Council to consider. Item 8, public questions. We have 15 minutes. This part of the agenda is public questions, where Council will consider all questions submitted in the order of receipt. Once the time limit expires, no further questions will be asked. There is no right of reply to answers given. I will be reading out the questions. If the time limit has expired and a member of the public has submitted a question, the response will be published on the Council's website. So the first question is from Imran Ghaffar. Like many residents in Oldham, I'm reading as it's been submitted. I'm excited to learn more about 480 Space Sixth Form College, a collaboration between Eton College and Star Academies, being built on the site of the outdoor market and car park. As both of us practicing Muslims, will the leader of the Council confirm that the school will have an Islamic ethos and educate our young children according to the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Will it be for just boys and those of Islamic faith only, as some have suggested? I call upon Councillor Ali, Cabinet Member for Education and Skills, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Ghaffar for his question. So following various announcements from the government, we understand the financial challenges they are facing, and we support the need to review projects and their costs, particularly in light of the improvements that are needed to existing school buildings. Every Oldham child, no matter where they live or whatever their background, is entitled to the opportunities which can help them fulfill their potential. The Eton Star Oldham proposal supports us in achieving this ambition. We're confident in the difference this project will make to the lives of children and young people in Oldham, and will continue to make this case to the government. Eton Star Oldham would focus on admitting bright young students who aspire to attend top universities, regardless of their background. My goal is for the school to welcome many students on free school meals, looked after children, those from disadvantaged areas, and those who would be the first in their families to attend university. This will give more children in Oldham the chance to achieve great outcomes. Eton Star Oldham would be open to both girls and boys from all faiths, as well as those with no faith. Whilst we await the outcome of the free school review, we will continue to do all we can to ensure all children and young people in Oldham have the best start in life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next question is from Peter Webb. We live in Christian country with an established church and the sovereign as the head of that church. We are a tolerant nation with many faiths. Sadly, the personal is becoming the political. While the Council promotes the lighting up of the Civic Center for those of Islamic faith, like was done on 15th of September 2024, it does feel like others are concerned by their absence due in part perhaps to the leader of the Council conflating personal religious beliefs with those civic duties that treat all equally. So will the Jewish holidays of Yom Kippur, Christian celebration of Christmas and Easter, and Hindu festival of Diwali be lit up in lights? I call upon the Cabinet Member for Thriving Communities and Culture, Councillor Dean, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oldham is proud to celebrate our diverse communities, and we recognise festivals and important dates in different faiths and other significant events throughout the year. For example, we raise the England flag for St George's Day, Old Rainbow Parade to celebrate LGBTQ communities, and mark occasions like bonfire night with firework displays this weekend. We'll honour people through Remembrance Sunday, through the Festival of Remembrance, including poppy projects on our civic tower. And of course, we'll have festivals, lights around the town as we approach Christmas. And those will be, we'll celebrate the opening of Christmas, and our approach to celebrate, remember, reflect together on things that make Oldham a wonderful place. We work to bring people together, ensuring that all communities of every faith and none feel respected and valued in this town.
Thank you. The next question is from Hannah Roberts. COVID and flu vaccination are now available for people over 65 and in target groups. I have heard that take-up is lower this year. Can the Cabinet Member for Adults, Health and Social Care give us any information about progress in Oldham? What can the Council do to promote this vaccination that protects against what can be serious disease and also save valuable NHS resources by keeping people out of hospital? Call upon the Cabinet Member for Adults, Health and Wellbeing, Councillor Brownridge, to reply.
Right, so this is actually a question about the take-up of flu vaccination and what Oldham's doing to promote it. That's what the question was about. Can't stress how important it is to have a flu vaccination. It doesn't protect you just you as an individual, helps prevent the spread of it, and that reduces demands for the health service and the hospitals. So in Oldham, we're making every contact count in our work with care home staff and adult social care providers to raise awareness of vaccinations. We're sharing information through newsletters, poster campaigns, and opportunities to talk directly with the community, such as wellbeing talks at leisure centres. Health practitioners delivering vaccines have access to workshops on how to discuss vaccine hesitancy positively with residents. We're working closely with schools and our immunisation partners to ensure consistent messaging, so every parent in Oldham has the chance to consider flu vaccinations for their children. Unfortunately, as of the 17th of October, the figures for Greater Manchester show that only 20% of those eligible have received their winter boosters. So I would urge everybody, if you are eligible, please do have both your COVID and your flu vaccinations for your own benefit and for the benefit of everybody else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Question from Brian Kelly. The Saddleworth Community Hydro Project recently celebrated the 10th anniversary and generates enough sustainable electricity to power about 100 homes via the national grid, with an annual saving of 170 tons of CO2. Oldham has a good track record of delivering and supporting green projects and pioneering action to move towards the net zero carbon production. Could the Cabinet Member responsible summarise progress on implementing the Council's Green New Deal strategy? I call upon Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Value for Money and Sustainability, Councillor Jabbar, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brian, for the question and recognising Oldham has a strong track record on supporting green technologies and initiatives. Can I take this opportunity to congratulate Community Hydro Saddleworth Community Hydro on the 10th anniversary. They're doing a fantastic job, and we need more projects like that in Oldham. Oldham's pioneering Green New Deal strategy was adopted in March 2020. Since then, the Council has been working hard, despite challenges, to put in place a delivery programme that will guide the borough to net zero. Although the Council has limited internal resources for this important work due to ongoing financial pressures, we still managed to secure over £12 million in grants to fund various projects. This funding supports initiatives like decarbonising public building, installing LED lights at Oldham Leisure Centre, creating Oldham's low-carbon district heating network, and participating in Greater Manchester Combined Authority and Department of Energy Security Net Zero Local Net Zero Accelerator Programme. Sorry about that, but it's important to mention it. And form Oldham's Green New Deal delivery partner. This new partnership is expected to bring in investment and resources to deliver and achieve net zero. Once we have our strategic energy partner on board, there will be focus on community-led energy planning, ensuring that residents have a say in how low-carbon initiatives benefit their neighbourhoods. The partnership will be fully operational by spring 2026, with key projects like the heating network following after very soon. We've got a really exciting project going on at Wrigley Head solar farm, which will be actually start the construction before Christmas, and it's likely to finish.
Sorry, you're over the time.
It's likely to finish by spring of next year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Questions from Jenny Harrison. Oldham Council has done a really good job renovating Brighton Town Hall and Library, which has just reopened. On a recent visit, I was very impressed with the sympathetic renovation. Could the responsible cabinet member explain what services will be available from the town hall and how local people can make best use of the building? The library is free to join and borrow books from. What else is on offer? I call upon cabinet member for Thriving Communities and Culture, Councillor Dean, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jenny, for the question. I can confirm that the following services will be available from Brighton Town Hall. Mind will be offering appointments for mental health support. Citizens Advice will be offering drop-in sessions as well as appointments for more in-depth support. There's an early help offer with a drop-in support for local families. Your Health Oldham, appointments for stop smoking. Guinness Housing have a drop-in session and surgery. And also we're engaging a number of significant partners to make arrangements to actually broaden out the availability of services there. In addition, of course, we have book borrowing. Residents can access IT services online and our basic courses to support with digital skills. Other activities regularly include items and exercises for children and learning for children. And there's a full programme of events that's actually being drawn up over the next year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Question from Dominic Wall. The work at the old library has been underway for a while. Could the leader of the council confirm what the building will be used for and when it will be open for use? Does Councillor Shah know what social value for example, apprenticeships and local jobs has been added because of the project? I call upon leader of council and cabinet member for Building a Better Oldham, Councillor Shah, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank you, Dominic Wall, for his question. I was actually pleased to visit the site only yesterday with colleagues to see the progress and to hear directly about the benefits for Oldham's residents and communities through our partnership with Tilbury Douglas, and I have to say that we couldn't have asked for better partners in them. The building itself will open next summer, and it's got a mixture of like creative spaces, community spaces, along with civic and public services, and it has and will have improved facilities for community groups to work together. There is going to be extra gallery space as well, which will connect the Old Town Library to the existing gallery. So that will be connected by a bridge, and as well as a new council chamber, mayoral chamber, rooms for elected members, and committee meetings room. And I'm also really delighted to share, actually, that yesterday when we went to visit, they presented us with an update on everything that they had done and everything, and their partnership and their sort of like journey into trying to really understand our communities. And within that, there was a presentation where they spoke about they had provided £9.2 million in opportunities for local suppliers and traders, and they had generated 7.7 million in social value, and that includes 67% of the contracted workforce being local. They've done, I think they said something like 600 something hours of apprenticeship and training, and that they actually, through that project, have created 19 new local jobs. So really delighted to share in great detail and in writing with Mr. Wall further explanation of everything that they've done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. The next question is from Paul Scott. Can the Cabinet member give an update on the work being done by the Council on TGFM to reduce antisocial parking on Union Street? A call upon Cabinet member for Don't Trash Oldham, Councillor Goodwin, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Paul, for your question. I completely agree, it's a real issue. But we're currently developing plans to introduce Oldham's first red route corridor and no stopping zone, and Union Street has been chosen as one of the first ones to benefit, along with others where irresponsible parking causes problem and congestion. On red routes, stopping is only allowed by emergency service vehicles. Blue badge holders and taxis that are hackney can also stop briefly to let passengers get in and out, but are not allowed to wait. And unlike traditional yellow line restrictions, red routes can be monitored and enforced with camera technology, which serves as a stronger deterrent against illegal parking. Over the next few months, we'll consult on this plan and advertise the traffic regulation orders with the goal of implementing the scheme early in the next financial year, once funding from TFGM is secured.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for any more questions. Can we make sure that, please, responses being published to all the questions? Next item, 9 reports of the leader and cabinet member. We have 90 minutes for this item. Each cabinet member will be permitted for up to 4 minutes to present their report, with a further 6 minutes for questions from non-exec member. Leader and building a better Oldham portfolio, including the minutes of the meeting of the cabinet held 19th August 2024 and 16th September 2024. The meeting of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority held 12th July 2024 and 27th September 2024, and the meeting of AGMA Executive Board held 27th September 2024. Councillor Sykes, leader of the Liberal Democrat Group, to ask his question. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People across Oldham, my first question is about IX Wireless.
Sorry, apologies, sorry. You need... Sorry, do you need to move the report? Yeah, apologies. I'm just following the script, sorry. Councillor Shah, do you want to move the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So members will have read the report, so will already know that the vast majority of the Building a Better Oldham portfolio report presented to Council tonight focuses on the achievements of our regeneration programme across the borough. And that is very intentional, because all too often some people within this chamber seek to talk our town and borough down. But that's just not reflected in the reality of what is happening outside of these walls. For a long time we've been talking about the regeneration work that has been taking place across the borough. Well, the time for talking is ending, because what we can see now is real action. The pieces of the jigsaw finally coming together to reveal a new picture of Oldham, an Oldham that's forward-thinking, forward-looking and forward-focused. An Oldham with new homes, new shops, new offices, new factories, new green spaces, new jobs, renewed pride and, most of all, new hope. This comes to life in the examples outlined in the report. Look at our decision to buy Spindles, which instead of more and more empty units now has new workers. It has the hive and increased footfall. More than that, buying Spindles means we can move out of the Civic Centre and create a new neighbourhood of the 2,000 homes as part of our Muse partnership. There will be more to come on that next month as a development plan is presented to Cabinet. Our new indoor market, event space and archive are on track for completion next spring. And I spent some time with the group of market traders. We were looking at the prototype of what the market stands will look like, and they can't wait to get in. Besides the market site is a fantastic and historic Egyptian room, Mr. Mayor, that we had the pleasure of opening together last Friday. It's created 80 jobs for local people, more than half of which came from our amazing Get Oldham working team, and many of those staff, Mr. Mayor, had been long-term unemployed. And if the joy I saw on the workers' faces and the fun being had at the opening by a packed room of patrons is anything to go by, I have no doubt that this place will be a huge hit with residents. Our cultural heritage is also being safeguarded through the restoration of the old library and the rebirth of our beloved Coliseum Theatre, which will reopen in Fairbottom Street in time for Panto next year. Our desire to be the greenest borough in GM is flourishing, with work continuing at Pace and Snipe Gardens, which is our new gateway to the town centre, and the first phase of the new town centre park, which is complete. But it's not just about the town centre. The new Oldham will have jobs, homes and opportunities for residents across the borough. Our work to build new housing, retail and employment space at Broadway Green in Chadderton continues alongside the creation of a new green space along Lydia Becker Way. And the final phase of the development at Hollinwood Junction is now underway, and a new Lidl will be opening soon. In total, this development will have created 800 jobs, built 150 family homes and created new retail, leisure and employment space. At Cabinet last month, we approved the development of 146 affordable homes at Southlink, and all of these homes will be built to future home standards, which is better for the environment and better for the residents who are going to benefit from reduced energy bills. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I have some great news to share with Council tonight about hundreds of new jobs for Oldham's people. There's a passing mention in the report to a Broadway Green planning application, and I'm delighted to tell you that all this is from Inspired Global Cuisine, who will be relocating their main base of operations to Oldham. For those of you who don't know Inspired Global Cuisine, they provide food to supermarkets like Iceland, Marks & Spencer's and Sainsbury's, and will be bringing more than 750 jobs to Oldham, half of which will be brand new jobs. I could go on and on and on, because there is so much happening right now in our brilliant borough that will change it for better, but will also change it for good. All of this success shows how we are realising ambitions, aspirations and abilities so that everyone can be part of the new Oldham. Their time and our time is now, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect timing, Councillor Shah. Thank you very much. Councillor Sykes, you can ask your question now.
Mr. Mayor. First question is about IX Wireless. People across the borough have been left feeling certainly ignored, certainly angry as regards to the IX mass, and not least in Shaw, Crompton and Royton, but I know it's elsewhere as well. Communication with residents has been woeful by this company, non-existent in many cases. First people know if they're lucky is a notice posted on a lamppost near their house. You can then respond to a bit of a sham consultation. I'm not aware of one proposal being amended following constructive suggestions from residents, businesses or councillors. When you don't communicate, you make the disruption worse for people, and it leads to resentment, and we've all seen this. And all that's completely or nearly avoidable with some proper communication. So will the leader please explain to the council what the current situation with IX Wireless highway licences is, and on what basis the permit or permits were revoked? And will she commit to proactively informing councillors and members of the public ahead of time as to when the permit, which I'm assuming it will be reinstated? And could she possibly write to the Technology Minister, Chris Bryant, and ask that the companies are required to share broadband infrastructure where possible in order to minimise disruption for residents? Something the law, I think, already says they should do, but I see absolutely no evidence at all of this happening anywhere in our borough by this firm. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Shah to reply.
So, quite shortly, yes to all of those. I completely understand and receive myself complaints about IX Wireless, which is why we revoked some, well, not revoked, we paused their work for now, whilst our highways team, who are meeting with them weekly actually, to make sure that they ensure safeguarding is in place. But I will be also happy to write to the Minister as well, because I think that's fair enough. When something's impacting the community so much, that line of communication, whilst should be there anyway, hasn't been consistent across the board. So I agree with everything that the opposition leader has said, and I'm happy to do all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sykes, your second question.
Thank you. Thank the leader for a positive response to that, and I'm sure there's many, many hundreds of people will welcome that. Second one probably won't get as positive a response, I suspect, but there we are. And I return to what I asked a question about last time, which was about the Eton Star Sixth Form Oldham project, and was it necessary? It's not a surprise. I and many others still fail to be convinced. But it also seems that the new Secretary of State for Education also needs to be convinced, because since we last met, Bridget Phillipson has paused plans for the opening of 44 new state schools, including those backed by Eton and the one in Oldham. So we can now add the Labour Secretary of State to the list of people who disagree with the leader that Eton Star is the right thing for Oldham Borough. And that includes the National Education Union, teaching professionals, parents, pupils in Oldham who have never been consulted, and even the council's own officers who told Children's Scrutiny Committee in March this year that Eton Star would not help bridge the post-16 gap we very clearly have in Oldham. So can I ask the leader, what is her plan if her own government decides she is wrong and decides to mothball the Eton Star project? Also, what is the current value of the Tommyfield market site, and is that true market value of the site going to be paid to the council, or are we gifting it to Eton? The leader may not have that figure at hand, and I appreciate that, so I'm happy if she wants to write to me, but she must know if we're being paid market value or gifting or part gifting the land. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. So firstly, I don't think I'm ever, I think I'm rarely wrong. I do still believe in the Eton School project. I do still believe in it. I will be lobbying robustly for that project still. And I have to say, like, there are members on this side of the chamber that might share your concerns about Eton project, but this is about putting people before politics. It was always about people before politics with the Eton School project. I will continue to doing that. I have already made representations saying the review is fine, because I understand they found themselves in a difficult set of circumstances where they have to review projects. That's just sensible on the government's part. My responsibility is to ask and put submissions in, asking for nuances in that review and taking into account, because what Eton did, because people can't see past the name, that project actually provides aspiration and opportunities to connect our young people from communities that would normally not have access to a school like that to world-class opportunities, and I will always fight for that, and I will still continue to do that. You're right, I don't know what the market value is for the land, but I don't like the word gifted, because it was never going to be gifted. These are our children, and this is an educational establishment for our young people, and that's the spirit that it would be in. But I will get you that figure, and I won't write to you. I'll let you know and put it in an email and make sure that you have any other information that you want. And then finally, what was the third part? There was right to the minister. No, it wasn't. No. What was the third part?
He's forgotten himself.
I don't think there was a third part. I don't think there was a third part.
No, just one second. So it's about the project. So I still believe in it. I'll still be lobbying for it. It's about the admissions criteria was about getting the kids from the most deprived communities, but without people, so children in care included, but those kids that didn't have mentors in their life, that needed that little help and push and nudge to get the opportunities, and that's what that was about. So I still stand by that. I know people don't think it's popular, but for me it's about people and creating ambition. And finally, thanks for the exciting new information about what officers think about it. I appreciate that very much.
Well, officers are entitled to their opinion too. I call on Councillor Sheldon to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, the new Labour government unveiled its budget, promising economic stability and certainty. However, for small businesses in Oldham and across the whole country, The measures outlined by the Chancellor could very well lead to instability and uncertainty about the business's future. Small businesses will be burdened with the additional financial pressures due to this budget, especially with both the minimum wage and employers' national insurance contributions rising. The vast majority of Oldham's businesses are small businesses with only a handful of workers. They are the lifeblood of our borough. Unfortunately, these are businesses that already face the pressure of the cost of living crisis, and Labour's budget has only added to the struggles. What this risks is that businesses will either not take on new staff or potentially even let employees go. The knock-on effects of this should be obvious, and we should be working to avoid the impact of any businesses going under or laying off staff. My question is this: what is the Council going to do to help those small businesses who will be impacted and may be put at risk by the Labour government's budget? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shah to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Benn, and thank you, Councillor Sheldon, for your question. Firstly, on the point about national insurance contributions, it's worth noting that the government has taken steps to protect small businesses by raising the employment allowance to £10,500 by expanding the eligibility for that. And many small businesses in Oldham will see that as relief. The Office for Budget Responsibility estimates that these changes will benefit around 250,000 employees nationwide, with additional 80,000 businesses unaffected by the rise in this contribution. Oldham is recognised nationally, Mr. Mayor, for its start-ups, enterprise and supporting SMEs to grow, and we have a diverse and resilient business base that is central to our local economy. We remain committed to creating the right conditions for businesses of all sizes to grow, succeed and to create jobs, good jobs for our residents. The Council is also actively working to support local businesses by revitalising our town and district centres, improving infrastructure and enhancing accessibility throughout Oldham. We're going to continue to invest in key regeneration projects aimed at bringing heritage buildings back into use, creating new supply chain opportunities for local businesses, and we are attracting a range of new businesses to the borough. We also continue to make investment in local roads, public transport links and digital connectivity across Oldham to make it easier for our local businesses to operate and for residents to access services that are good and the way they should be. We're also working to enhance accessibility throughout the borough, ensuring that all areas are connected and that everyone can enjoy what our communities have to offer. So the Council continues to work closely with key partners, including Greater Manchester Growth Company, the Chamber of Commerce, the Federation of Small Businesses, to ensure that tailored support is available to Oldham businesses. In addition, we recently opened and established the Hive Space, which is designed to do exactly that, to support businesses through networking, training and resources when they need it the most. So Oldham Council remains dedicated to supporting our small businesses through these economic shifts, and we believe that by working together, our business community can not only withstand these changes, but thrive in the long term. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I hate interrupting, but I have to follow the time, sorry. Councillor Colin, Councillor Ghaffur, Leader of the Oldham Group, to ask this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, we love Oldham. I'm sure every single councillor in this chamber loves Oldham. And just as an answer, we will always scrutinise what this administration does. So I'm going to get to my question now, so don't worry, you don't need to interrupt, but I just wanted to make that clear. I want to say that the centrepiece of this Labour administration's town centre plans is the Council's 15-year agreement with Muse. Now, we've already seen some lovely computer-generated images and soft press releases. However, I'm a little concerned that the leader has not yet confirmed if Muse or the Council has secured funding to start any building works. There's no provision in our accounts and nothing from the Council or Muse about how it will be funded. We've already seen from Manchester where GMCA and Renniker developments are presently being legally challenged for allegedly distorting the market. So it's important we have transparency. Can the leader this evening, put on record these 4 different questions. Has the council or Muse secured enough funding to start building works? Yes or no? Is the council underwriting any of the costs for Muse? Yes or no? If funding has been secured for the project, then who is it from? And number 4, how much are we paying Muse for their consulting for the next 15 years? And where's that money coming from? So will the leader tell us today how and who is funding the development, and if the council are underwriting any costs, which is the most important thing for our group?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't quite understand what the initial rambling was in the start of that question, but when we got to the point,
Point of
agreed.
explanation, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. It was when Madame Leader stood up before and said that people put Oldham down. We love Oldham. Nobody in here would want to put Oldham down. We want the success of Oldham, and it is imperative that Madame Leader understands that.
Right, and I hope that interruption...
Can we just actually stay with the Councillor Shah? Probably will be more helpful, please.
I hope that interruption is included in my response time because it's now been cut down. So, what I will say is, if the shoe fits, but anyway, we haven't agreed underwriting in this. We have used brownfield funding, and that's what will fund part of it, and the rest is open and transparent. As and when we have the meetings, the minutes are there, arrangements are there. It's a 15-year plan based on them securing funding, and they're a renowned development company with a track record of delivering, and that's why we chose them. And if people took care to read the procurement process and the tendering bid and the papers that have come subsequently from all our discussions and debates on that, they would have greater understanding for it.
Thank you very much. So I will have to move on to invite cabinet members to present their report. You have maximum 4 minutes and 6 minutes for non-executive members' questions. Councillor Taylor, Deputy Leader, and Decent Homes Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll take the report as read, but there are a couple of points that I would like to highlight and draw members' attention to. Firstly, after a competitive bidding process that received a healthy number of bids, Vistry Partnership has been appointed to develop the South Link site. Their proposal is to develop 146 affordable homes, including 32 at social rent, 77 at affordable rent, and 37 shared ownership. Importantly, all of these homes will be constructed to the low-carbon Future Home standard, so this will be one of the first 100% low-carbon affordable housing developments in Greater Manchester, supporting our ambition to be the greenest borough in Greater Manchester. I am also pleased to report that we have been awarded 1.5 million of local authority housing funding from the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government. As a council, we are committed to using all the tools at our disposal in order to positively respond to the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. And this funding will be used to deliver 16 much-needed homes, including 12 homes to be used for temporary accommodation. The scheme will deliver a mix of properties, including 1, 2, 5, and again, very much needed 6-bed homes. These will provide much needed accommodation to families who are owed a statutory homelessness duty by the local authority, and we will be working with Cromwood Housing to deliver these houses. In addition to this scheme, we will also deliver 4 family homes linked to the Afghan resettlement scheme. This will have a financial benefit to the council with predicted savings of over £340,000 per year. And finally, hot off the press, and it isn't included in the report, but following previous portfolio updates relating to the significant increase in the number of taxi drivers and taxi vehicles being registered with Oldham Council, we have invested in an additional MOT testing bay and extra facilities at Moor Hay Street Depot. A new dedicated waiting area has been completed, and the new testing bay will be installed this week. The Fleet Service is also recruiting an additional MOT tester to meet current and future demand. As a council, we are committed to ensuring excellent standards for the residents of Oldham, and we will continue to work closely with the taxi and private hire trade across the borough to achieve the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been notified of 3 councillors who want to ask questions. If you keep your questions brief, that will mean that more people can ask questions. Please don't use this opportunity for a speech. So the first one is Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. How is the Planning Department coping with the numbers of planning applications being submitted, and does the Council know how Oldham will benefit from the additional resources for planning officers and developing skills announced in last week's budget? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor McLaren. So we welcome the Government's announcement to create roles for 300 additional graduate and apprentice planners mentioned in the budget last week. Any such investment in skilled planning resource is very much welcomed. There is a growing shortage of skilled planners in the UK, as fewer young people are choosing to enter the profession. So any move to encourage more young people to choose planning as a career will be a positive thing. We anticipate more information being shared with all local authorities over the coming weeks. As with many services across the Council, the planning team is carrying a number of vacancies at this moment in time, while recruitment activity continues. As a result, it has been a challenge ensuring the number of planning applications coming into the Council are processed in a timely manner. However, we have 2 new colleagues joining the team next week, and other measures are being put in place to help address the small backlog that has developed to ensure the service is running smoothly once again before Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A significant overspend in this year's budget is a result of high costs associated with temporary accommodation. We'll soon be vacating this Civic Centre and the QE Hall. Could we consider the feasibility of using some of the existing buildings or using part of this site when this redevelopment to convert this temporary accommodation, particularly when we've got people sleeping rough outside the very doors? Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hamlet. Mr Mayor, can I firstly explain that the significant overspend referenced relates to the Council meeting its statutory duties to support Oldham's residents when they find themselves homeless. It is really sad to continue to see so many families continuing to struggle to afford their own home, but the Council continues to provide true public service by ensuring Oldham's residents are not left homeless, especially at this time of year as the cold winter weather approaches. There are many activities in flight to help address both the cost and, more importantly, the availability of temporary accommodation placements. This includes exploring new service delivery models and also the reuse of council land and assets. I very much look forward to sharing more information on this work as it develops over the coming months. Unfortunately, we are not able to consider the use of buildings located within the civic complex as a result of these being included in our strategic partnership with Muse and the need to vacate the site to enable the delivery of the identified 2,000 much-needed new homes within the town centre.
I take Councillor Arnott next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for taking this question. On Tuesday, a parliamentary inquiry into children living in temporary accommodation heard that families from London are being moved to the north due to rising costs. Dr Laura Nielsen, CEO of the Shared Health Foundation, which supports homeless families in Greater Manchester, told the Government Committee, "I've seen families arriving in North Manchester from Camden. I know that as an area, we also sent families. We had one family who were homeless in Oldham and got sent to Hastings for some bizarre reason." Her words, not mine. For information, Hastings in East Sussex is 288 miles away. It's a 5-hour drive. Rochdale Council's Head of Strategic Housing told the committee that Greater Manchester has an agreement that residents requiring temporary accommodation are not placed outside the city region. However, in the north, we are receiving a lot off the southern local authorities because we are a cheaper stock area. Would the Cabinet member please confirm the number of families in temporary accommodation in Oldham who have been placed from London or the surrounding areas, and also the number of families that Oldham's placed outside the city region in the last 12 months? I don't seek to gain political advantage or point score. I agree that the temporary housing situation is a crisis, is an extremely expensive way of accommodating people, and the outcomes are usually very poor. However, given the pressures that Oldham is under, is it appropriate that we accept homeless families from the other end of the country simply because it is cheaper. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Arnott, for your question. So, in relation to some of the more detailed figures that you are requesting, I obviously don't have those to hand, but I would be happy to share those with you. I mean, I agree with much of what you say. I think, you know, the current system that we have is not fit for purpose. It pits local authorities against each other. And actually, the system is designed to benefit private rental owners who drive the cost up at our expense. I have to say, in terms of the example that you've given, I'm obviously not sure how these properties have been procured, but it is difficult for us to obviously give a commitment that we won't allow people or other local authorities to place. Yeah, the point that the leader's just making is that we don't get notification. And it is difficult for us to prevent that from happening because obviously these are people who own their own properties and they make that choice to privately rent out. What I would say is, you obviously referenced about Manchester City Council not housing people outside of the city region, but I am aware of circumstances where they have housed people in Oldham and they've housed them in properties that we have turned down because they haven't met our standards. And I think this is another issue, isn't it? Because we don't want to just be housing people in housing stock that isn't suitable or isn't appropriate for the needs. We do set our standards high. We do want and expect our residents to be able to live in safe, secure accommodation. And I think the other point that you raised, Councillor Arnott, was the amount of families that are currently placed out of borough. And I agree with you, it is a huge, huge problem for us. We are working hard at the moment to try and get any family that has got young children back into the borough, because the reality of it is that although we have a duty to house these people, there is no other duties in place. So quite often these people, they don't have the transport to get the children to school, and the further and further away they are placed from the borough, that means it's more difficult for those parents. What we are seeing is children who are not attending school, people are removed from the support networks. And so I wholly agree with the points that you've made. The system is not fit for purpose. It needs to change. We will be making those points, and I'm more than happy to obviously have more of an offline chat about this with you, and as I say, provide the information that you've requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Junaid Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The numbers of households in temporary accommodation is very worrying, and new affordable housing is urgently needed. New applications to build social and affordable homes are welcome, especially given changes to the right to buy, which will protect newly built social homes. The Chancellor announced an additional 500 million for the Affordable Homes Programme in 2025 and 2026. What will be the impact on house building in Oldham? Thank you.
Pastel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you once again for your question, Councillor Hussain. So the Council has a pipeline of housing sites that we want to prioritise for truly affordable and social housing. And as opportunities arise to access funding, such as the additional £500 million, we are ready to put sites forward for this funding, which will then accelerate the development of those much needed homes for our residents. Government departments have not shared all of the detail about how this funding will be made available. However, we are aware that this is a top-up to the budget, and Oldham is ready to accelerate the delivery of house building, especially on brownfield sites. As part of the Council's local response to the national housing crisis, we set up and established a housing task force with private landlords, registered social landlords, housing developers and third sector partners. And I am aware that ahead of the next meeting in December, there is a planned workshop to investigate how this announcement will benefit Oldham and how we can work cooperatively to ensure more affordable homes are built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are almost out of the time, so between Councillor Ali and Councillor Kosa, can you decide which one of you wants to ask question?
To Councillor Goodwin.
I thought ladies first, but never mind.
Thanks for the compliment. To Councillor Goodwin, many people in the Oldham community are still having issues with burial times. Your amendment motion over hours, even though it does not agree with the people of Oldham, still has not been applied. Can you please let us know what is the delay, and also when will you apply your amended motion? Can you please avoid by answering it? I will email you, because it never happens, as we learnt with the Waterloo Street Bridge question. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question. Sorry, what was the nub of the question? Is it
Councillor
to Councillor
Goodwin?
Goodwin?
Sorry, it's to Councillor Goodwin.
Well,
I'm
it's all
happy
right.
to refer
Councillor
that
Goodwington will
question.
come
Sorry,
soon, so
he's new, but we'll sort it out.
it's okay. Don't worry. That's not an issue.
Could I
at
ask a
all.
question from Councillor Taylor, please, if that's possible? Are you out of time?
No, Councillor. Sorry. Councillor Jabbar, Deputy Leader and Value for Money and Sustainability Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I've got a written report, and I'm hoping people will have read it. So I'm just going to touch on some of the key points and any additions since the report was published. Clearly, Mr. Mayor, the revenue in-year pressure is a major challenge for us. We continue to work very hard to bring down the overspend. I'm pleased to say that since month 4, which is reported in the Green Books, after month 6, it's come down to 19.9 million, down by 1.16 million. And it is really because of all the hard work that's been done by management board to control the revenue expenditure. The major pressures still are in adult social care, children's services, and temporary accommodation, as been discussed in the previous presentation. I think it's really difficult, all these areas, because of the statutory responsibility we have. And incidentally, this isn't a problem unique to Oldham. It's a problem right across the country where local authorities have this responsibility for adults, children, and housing. And I want to turn to the budget, Mr. Mayor, which happened on the 30th of October, obviously before we produced the written report. I'm very pleased to say that we welcome the amount of money that's been indicated that will come to local government as a whole. At this stage, we're not yet clear the total amount that we will get, but I'm very clear that there will be additional resources available to provide the key services that we need to. I want to touch on the amounts that's been announced at the budget. So 1.3 billion of additional funding for local government, 600 million is for social care, 700 million for targeted funding to be distributed on need basis. Details are not yet announced, but I'm hoping that deprivation will be a key factor in that. And if that's the case, then I'm hoping that Oldham will benefit significantly from that £700 million allocation. Also, additionally, there's 230 million for homelessness, 1 billion for increased SEND funding, 1 billion for extra producer responsibility, 250 million for children's social care. So I welcome the announcement in the budget, Mr. Mayor, and wait for the full details for Oldham to come in form of the provisional local government settlement in December. I'd like to touch on the other areas of my portfolio. Firstly, revs and benefit. You'll see in the report we talked about a software called GovTech, which we have implemented successfully, and to date, a 22% reduction we have seen in calls that's been made to the council for council tax from last year to this year. And the next phase of GovTech has been implemented that will include landlord schedules, exemptions, and discount. And I'm hoping that this will transform the way we deal with council tax for the residents of Oldham. Pension credit, which is on the agenda, this is a really important one because we know over 3,000 people in Oldham don't claim pension credit who are entitled to it. We've produced this leaflet. I hope everybody's got it, and I'd like everyone to please make sure that you share and raise awareness within your constituents that they actually check the eligibility for pension credit. I also want to mention, Mr. Mayor, that through the VR, voluntary redundancy, through the...
You can't move an extension on this anyway, so...
Okay, all right. We've got 48 so far approved voluntary redundancy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just wondering, have you withdrawn your assumption that everyone has read your report? Sorry. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, short and sweet. I read that councils are sitting on £18 billion earmarked for affordable housing, roads and schools, despite the financial pressures facing local government. Some of these monies not spent for 5 years. How much was received in grants for these purposes by this council? How was it spent? How much is retained for future projects? Thank you.
Councillor Jabbar.
Yeah, Councillor Burns, thank you. Very important question. So over the last 5 years, from 2019 to 2024, the council received £88.8 million of capital grants to fund housing, roads and school projects. The grants were spent on those schedules supporting provision of housing, development of housing sites, provision of school places, major school maintenance projects and special education needs provision, along with highway improvement and maintenance projects across the borough. As at 31st of March 2024, there was a total of £23.5 million funding still retained for the future projects. This incorporated in the council current capital programme and will be utilised over the lifetime of the current capital programme to deliver schemes to support housing, roads, schools within the borough. I'm conscious this is a really big question. I can give you a fuller answer if you prefer in a written form, if that's acceptable to you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very helpful, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Nasreen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you give an update on how the budget announced last week has affected the council's financial position? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nashim. A very important question, because clearly we haven't got enough resources to continue to provide the key services that our residents need. So, as I've said in my opening speech, the government has announced £1.3 billion specifically for local government. There's also £1.1 billion for extended producer responsibilities. We need to see the detail of that to see how much the council will get. £233 million for homelessness, children's social care, £250 million. And then there is what they're fundamentally doing is they're actually looking at revising the way local government is funding. We've been asking this for a long, long time. And I think if this happens, which will happen for the next financial year and beyond that, then we stand to get more money from that. Because in the past, the previous Tory government took out deprivation from the formula. And that's a key factor. So I'm hoping that if that revision includes those things, then we will benefit definitely. As to your question about how much we get, we don't know yet how much we will get because we haven't got the detail. As I said earlier, we will wait for the provisional local government settlement in December when we will know exactly how much we will get. But I'm very, very confident, given the topic and the amount that's been announced, we will get a substantial amount of funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Hamdani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I appreciate this is a question that could go into a number of portfolios, so I hope you're happy to answer it. It regards universal credit and the 53rd week and the housing element of universal credit. Now, if there are 53 payment dates in a year, if you're on universal credit, at the moment your rent is only paid on 52 of the weeks, and in the 53rd week there's no payment. Could the Cabinet member confirm what actions the Council has taken to inform residents who were in that position, and any that they are going to be taking? And will they commit to writing to the Minister responsible to request that payments are made in the 53rd week? Will stop additional financial pressure being put on residents who are often struggling to budget from week to week, and never mind saving up for an additional payment at the end of the year. Thank you.
Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Listen, we're happy to make representation to make things better for residents of Oldham. But I think you just need to understand this the way it works. So the majority, so all the payments for universal credit is made on a monthly basis. So whatever your rent is, your annual rent is actually covered by monthly payments. So whether it's 32 weeks or not, then it doesn't matter. You know, you're still getting the full housing allowance for the full year. So if you divide it by weekly, yes, I can see what you're saying, and I'm happy to look at that. We've already been in touch with the Housing Association to make sure that they notify the tenants, because majority of the tenants is actually Housing Association. We only have very small stock now, and we work very closely, and Councillor Taylor, through her work, has already undertaken that work. But on top of that, people who are genuinely struggling, and if they're struggling for 1 week's rent, then we've got discretionary payment through housing discretionary payment, and we'll be happy to look at that and support people, as well as supporting individuals through the Household Support Fund. Incidentally, the new government in the budget has actually confirmed that they will give us full year housing support grant for financial year 25-26. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's a little bit complicated, but if you know anybody who needs help for that 1 week, 1 month, whatever, then please contact the service, and we will try through various funds to help the individuals concerned. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Mushtaq, Children and Young People's Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you can see from the report, there's lots going on. We will continue to support our most vulnerable children and families, working closely with partners to ensure the right people and services are involved at the right time. Work is continuing on thresholds to ensure that referrals are better informed. The Oldham Safeguarding Children Partnership has hosted training sessions in the implementation of the National Right Care, Right Person initiative, an initiative to streamline police involvement in safeguarding matters to improve the effectiveness and appropriateness of responses across services. We had a report to corporate parenting panel outlining a plan to reduce the number of care leavers not in education, employment or training, which is abbreviated to NEET. The Council will be creating apprenticeship opportunities for care leavers. We are asking partners across Oldham to do the same. I'm confident this will have a positive impact on the NEET numbers moving forwards. I am pleased to share with you that the Adolescent Support Unit, or the ASU, which I've talked about previously, underwent an Ofsted inspection last month, retaining its good rating. I'd like to put my thanks on record for Andrea Worthington and all the staff team that do such an amazing job in helping prevent young people coming into care. So just as a reminder, that's Edge of Care, families that are involved in that, and it has, at the last count, if I remember, 85% success rate, which is having a massive impact. Leading on from that, the second Mockingbird constellation was launched last month following the successful rollout of the first constellation earlier in the year. Again, as a reminder, the Mockingbird model provides a support network for foster families, improving placement stability using the strength and knowledge of very experienced foster carers. This is reinforced by the fact that of the 610 children in our care, 307 are in internal foster placements. Myself, the leader and others attended the Foster Care Awards a couple of weeks ago, providing us with the opportunity to thank our wonderful foster carers who provide a loving family environment for our most vulnerable children. I'd like to add my thanks now to those foster carers and to all those that weren't present at the awards. I ask anyone that is interested in fostering to please get in touch with the team. We are continuing to make good progress with our workforce, with the overall agency workforce being further reduced to 26% in Q2, down from 49% in the same period last year. The Social Work Academy continues to support good recruitment and retention, highlighted by the recruitment of 15 new student social workers, reinforcing our commitment to building a sustainable and skilled workforce for the future. All 7 family hubs are now open, with hundreds of families accessing and benefiting from the services on offer. Refurbishment of one of the 3 new children's homes is set to begin in November. Additional projects are underway to expand residential capacity and integrate family help services. As you can see, Mr Mayor, a lot of work goes into this portfolio. We have a great leadership team and wonderful staff on the front line here at the Council and across our partners, all of whom play a vital role in protecting our most vulnerable children and families. Council is requested to note the report. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mushtaq. I got Councillor Aslam.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report outlines steps to create 17 new semi-independent placements and 12 new over 18s placements for young people, together with setting up 3 new children's homes. Can you outline how these homes will operate and why it's important to provide local homes for local children? Thank you.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Councillor Naseem, and really well done. I think that's the first time you've stood up, so congratulations. And thanks for the question. Oldham's placement sufficiency strategy is to provide a home for every child in care by increasing the accommodation choices available for children and young people that meet their needs, and which will enable the Council to have greater autonomy and control in meeting increasing placement demand, with reduced reliance on high-cost residential placements commissioned in the private provider market. The new children's homes will be internally run by the Children's Social Care Residential Service. New local semi-independent supported accommodation and over 18s placements are commissioned through private providers registered on the Placements Northwest framework, supporting young people to prepare for independent living. By delivering a comprehensive and sufficient mix of high-quality local accommodation choices both internally and through commissioned arrangements, there are a range of benefits to ensure the children in our care live in a safe, secure, stable and caring home. These include children and young people remaining close to their existing support networks such as family, friends, school and communities, familiar settings that improve placement stability, access to local education, employment and training opportunities, wider accommodation choices enabling better matching of accommodation that offer the right environment to give children and young people the best chance of reaching their full potential academically, socially and emotionally. Also, increased local job opportunities for our residents as part of the operational delivery model. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor. Thousands of children under councils up and down the country are participating in the Fix Our Food trial, extending free school meals to more children and helping families break through language barriers and stigma to access free school meals. Will the Cabinet member agree to look at including Oldham in this trial and support the work of the Fix Our Food by writing to the Secretary of State for Education, urging her to reform free school meals so that eligible families are auto-enrolled? Thanks very much.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Williamson, for the question. And thank you for alerting me to the Fix Our Food programme. I'm delighted to say that already in Oldham, any application for housing benefits or council tax relief is automatically also treated as a claim for a free school meal, and it is awarded at the same time as their claim for the benefit is assessed. Further, the Council ensures that any cases where there have been changes to a benefit claim that would newly qualify a resident's child for a free school meal are processed. We also have an opt-out approach rather than an opt-in approach, so that claimants have to actually get in touch to say they don't want the free school meal entitlement, rather than the other way around. This means we are fully optimising entitlement across Oldham. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mahon Ali, Education and Skills Portfolio.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my written report, I have covered school attendance and inclusion. I have covered the quality of education in Oldham, our position in supporting children with special educational needs and disability, the work of the Oldham Council Music School, and the careers event that we hosted to support children and young people in Oldham. So, in terms of attendance and inclusion, I am pleased to say that Oldham is now leading the way across Greater Manchester on school attendance data analysis. Regular school attendance is an important part of giving children the best possible start in life. Our innovative methods bring insight that enables schools to intervene to change outcomes. As a consequence, the Children's Commissioner called us trailblazing in September. We did a range of initiatives during the summer with children due to transition into a new phase of education, children transitioning from early years to primary school and primary school to secondary school. And this is credit goes to our officer team who's put in a lot of work in this to improve attendance in reception, attendance in year 7 and reducing persistent absence. I'm just going to give one example just to improve attendance in reception. We identified over 500 children with poor nursery attendance and formulated an approach using the council call centre staff, offering information and guidance about the start of the term. The impact was improvement by 0.3% to 94.6% from the same point last year. So our work is already having an impact compared to the same point last year. So secondary school attendance has improved, is 0.9% higher. Our primary attendance is 0.2% higher. There are 750 persistent absent children in the secondary sector, and there are 1,360 fewer persistently absent children in the primary sector. We remain committed to making multiple incremental initiatives to improve school attendance for children, and will continue the approach of using rich and timely data that will enable us to review and refine our strategy. In terms of the quality of the education, it is important that our schools support students to consistently achieve positive outcomes in learning and personal development. From the 2nd of September 2024, schools no longer receive Ofsted single-word judgments. At that point of this policy change, the primary inspection rate for good and outstanding school in Oldham was 93%, and the secondary rate was 62%. In terms of special educational needs and disabilities, for children with special educational needs and disability, we are very much focused on ensuring that children and young people with SEND receive the highest amount of care and attention. There are challenges in the system, however, I am determined, and so is my officer team, dedicated to ensuring that every family's experience of the borough's SEND services is a good experience, and all children are given what they need to fulfill their full potential. The number of children with educational healthcare plans, EHCPs, continues to increase, with now over 3,500 children with such a plan. Despite this demand, performance levels within the council's SEND team remain excellent. The timeliness for the issue of an initial EHCP within 20 weeks remains significantly above national average of 20 weeks at 83%. This is despite requests for education, health and care assessments increasing from 639 to 730 over the last 12 months. Moving on to the Oldham Council's music.
You're out of time, but I'm sure you will cover in your question-answer session. Thank you. Councillor Sajid Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report demonstrates that school leaders and staff are working very hard to ensure pupils attend school and stay on roll despite the significant challenges emerging after the pandemic. The government has confirmed ending the VAT exemption of private school fees will be used to fund mental health support in schools. How soon will the funding be made available?
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain, for your question. And thank you for acknowledging the work going on across Oldham to maximise school attendance. The government has not yet announced when this funding for additional mental health support in schools will be made available. We will continue to work to lobby our local MPs and the Department for Education directly to maximise the amount of extra funding available to Oldham so our schools and pupils can benefit out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Despite repeated assurances from the Leader and the Cabinet that Eton Star Oldham is the right project to meet local educational need, the Department for Education has placed the project into review. Does the Cabinet member have confidence that this is still the right project for Oldham? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, do you want to re-answer this question?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. And you're obviously aware that the Leader has given a quite a substantive answer to that. But following the various announcements from the government, we understand the financial challenge they are facing, and we support the need to review projects and their costs, particularly in light of the improvements that are needed to existing school buildings. Every Oldham child, no matter where they live or whatever their background is entitled to the opportunities which can help them fulfill their potential. The Eton Star Oldham proposal supports us in achieving this ambition. We're confident in the difference this project will make to the lives of the children and young people in Oldham, and will continue to make the case to government. Whilst we await the outcome of the free school review, we will continue to do all we can to ensure all children and young people in Oldham have the best start in life. And to answer your question specifically, yes, I do believe in this project, because young people attending Eton will have access to Eton's College extensive network of teachers, alumni, scholars, partners and educational experts. I also wanted to, I think there was a comment made earlier that that our officer team have indicated that with Eton coming to Oldham, there will not be an improvement in educational attainment in Oldham. I just wanted to correct that, because I also attend, Mr Mayor, the Children and Young People Board, and I have not heard officers saying that GCSE educational outcomes will not be improved, or A-level outcomes will not be improved if Eton was to come into Oldham. There was a discussion at the last meeting where we talked about the NEET. These are children not in education, employment or training. We talked about the level one training as basic level training. And I think there may have been some misunderstanding in that. So misunderstanding in that the level one training providers, Eton will not obviously have an impact on the level one training, because Eton is not providing level one training. So I just wanted to sort of, obviously officers are not here to represent themselves, and as far as I know, and all of the discussions that I have had, the officers are fully behind the Eton project. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have to say I'm really impressed with your clarification, but also I'm sure you secured your job for next year. Thank you. Councillor Quick.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I will actually answer some of Councillor Sykes' question and then sort of clarify it, because according to the asset list, the outdoor market site is worth £33,546,808 in sterling, and the indoor market's worth £69,153,510. I'm getting to the question, Mr Mayor.
Get to the question.
So, given that we've got nearly shy of nearly £100 million in essentially assets, who's footing the bill? Department for Education, Council, or Eton Star?
Councillor.
Yeah, so from my understanding, I mean, this is quite a technical financial question there. It will be the Department of Education, who will be paying for that. So, well, I mean, I can obviously go away and get a more detailed answer to Councillor Quigg, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I am going to move on to Councillor Fida Hussain, Enterprise Portfolio.
I'm glad you have, Mr Mayor. I think to cut the time short, let me move the report as printed, Mr Mayor.
Well, we do have time if you want to speak, Councillor Hussain. We do have time if you wish to speak. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll take questions. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Get Britain Working is a £240 million cash injection
to accelerate the rollout of local services to help people back into work. The funding will partly go towards boosting the rollout of Get Britain Working Trailblazer in local areas, which will bring together and streamline work, health and skills support to disabled people and those who are long-term sick. Do we know if Oldham will be one of these trailblazers? Thank you.
Councillor Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I stood up before you asked, so I do apologise. Yeah, the Council welcomes the Government's commitment to increasing economic growth in Oldham. The budget announced by the DWP will shift its focus from welfare to work with £240 million of package to open up opportunities to millions of people left behind and denied the opportunity to get into work and get on to work. DWP will publish a white paper to set out how it will address spiralling economic inactivity, which sees a record 2.8 million people out of work due to long-term sickness and are part of the government's ambition to reach an 80% employment rate. Historically, Oldham has an employment rate of around 70%, and so the Council will lobby to skew the investment in Oldham to support our residents. This programme will be managed by the Greater Manchester Authority, and the powers are being devolved down to him. Thank you for your question.
Councillor Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shops in Oldham Town Centre across Oldham experience high levels of shoplifting. The crackdown on organised gangs and low-volume crime announced in the budget is very welcome. What can local business organisations and the Council do to support this?
Councillor Sen. Sorry, Councillor Shah, did you indicate? Councillor Sen.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hussain, for your question. Shoplifting is the nationally highest since record began 20 years ago. And real figures are likely to be much higher than what we are seeing. Shoplifting cost the retail sector nearly £2 billion just last year alone, which results in price rising impacting on individual families and the communities. The National Police Chief Council, NPCC, are prioritising retail crime with a recent commitment to scrap the £200 shop theft threshold and make the assaults on shop workers on the premises a criminal offence. They are planning to establish a retail crime forum for retailers to confidently implement tactics against shoplifting. In Oldham, we encourage our retailers to report all the incidents so that we can see the true impact on our retailers. We work very closely with the GMP and will ensure that the latest improvements to managing retail crime are prioritised in our borough, Oldham. Across our high streets, we encourage retailers to work together to share information through local security meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shah, did you want to add something?
Not to that, but a point of clarification for something that somebody who wasn't asked the question responded to, which is really important because it's misleading. So, in the response to the question that the main leader of the real opposition asked me, about the retail value, I have to clarify that the number that has just been quoted isn't the market retail value. That's the insurance value. No, it's not an asset value. It's the insurance. It's not. Can I finish?
Yes, please. No,
Thank
please.
you. So it's an. I don't need to stand up. You can hear me. It's an accountancy value and it's based on insurance rebuild. It's not a market retail value. But can I please request that the Cabinet Member for Education and me put that in writing to clarify it because it's misleading.
I was about to suggest, can you put
straight.
it in writing?
Yeah.
Councillor Sen, you're very popular today, so I got a list of people who want to ask you questions. So, Councillor Quake.
If I'm permitted to, Mr. Mayor, given the response then, but there you go. I note in your report, Councillor Sen, you mentioned about the Hive. So can you tell us how many people have used the Hive and how many people will be using the Hive going forward in terms of bookings? But also, I am aware that local businesses in the community are not necessarily getting the fair access that they should be getting. While the council leader may paint a positive picture of things like North Korea, the reality is is that some businesses, such as a 170-year-old news brand and an established 25-year-old local business, are essentially being blacklisted and prevented from accessing council resources or entering into contracts with the council. So therefore, will the council look to encourage an open and transparent tendering process, as well as encouraging local small businesses to take part with the council services? Thank you.
Councillor Quick, do we have to reference to the whole world, i.e. North Korea, etc., etc.? Could we stick to Oldham only? No. Well, you always reference to North Korea and China. Anyway, Councillor Sen, I mean, you can always provide the detailed response.
I don't know where Korea comes in and where Japan comes in on this, but I'm happy to look into this and support and help wherever we can.
Thank you. Councillor Guffaw.
Hi, thank you. Do we have a specific site outlined for the outdoor market yet, or is that still in the process? And if it is, when will this be resolved, the outdoor market? Have you got a space specified for it? Being a market trader myself when I was a child, and growing up as a market trader, I know the outside market, outdoor market is, it holds a special part in people's hearts of Oldham. So could you let us know, please?
I can't be specific on the timing on the outside market, but I can say the Tommyfield market, they'll be moving into the new Spindles area in spring of 2025. But I can get the information to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Move on to Councillor Brundage, Adult Health and Wellbeing Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I don't intend to repeat what I've written down because that seems like a bad use of time. What I would like to say, I would really like to say how pleased and proud I am that we've secured 6 years' worth of funding for social prescribing. The consequences of that scheme that we've been running are measurable and fantastic. We've reduced access to medical practices, people who haven't been out of their houses for years and now back in society. It's really addressing some of the problems of social isolation. So with my wellbeing hat on, I really welcome that. I'd also say that we're really pleased now the new manager is in place for Oldham Total Care. As we know, that's actually done quite well, and having a full-time permanent manager on site will make a huge difference and allow us to proceed with the improvements we've already made. Other than that, I rely on what I've written down, which is very fulsome. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Councillor Browning. Councillor Bashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report, Councillor Brownridge. Could you explain what missingness in healthcare means and how the focused care model helps to deliver better use of resources and good health outcomes for our residents? Thank you.
Oh, didn't turn my mic off. Thank you. So it's an interesting word, isn't it, missingness? What it actually means is people who aren't in contact with the health system, either because they don't turn up for appointments or because they don't have any contact with their local GPs. So those GPs then have no real knowledge of health needs and how they can help them. So there's a big research project going on now as to why that happens. From our experience, I'll just read this out. Quite a lot of reasons why we think this happens, which we expect the research to give us better details on. So it's people who don't really think they need an appointment, language issues, demanding proper priority, so people don't have the time to go or the time isn't convenient to them. Perhaps they can't have mobility issues. They might not be able to choose to where they go. It might be too expensive. They might be looking after kids that can't go. So it's all those things. What is it that causes a barrier for people to actually access healthcare? So the focus team will work with people we know are vulnerable, who don't get the support from the existing common primary care model. It will be focused specifically on vulnerable individuals and families and gives them as much support as possible. So I think the point, once the research complete, we'll have a better idea of how that focus team can improve so we get a better outcome for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Hamdani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to ask the Cabinet Member if she's aware that at least one GP practice in Oldham has ceased taking bookings by phone or in person and is asking people to access online only, and if she'd be happy to help investigate the situation and ensure that actually everything is done properly and meets the contract.
The answer is no, and the answer is yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just a quick one then. Not asking for scrutiny's sake, just it's in regards to OTC and whether or not, if possible, because I know we've spent a considerable amount of money in Oldham Total Care, just whether or not, and I'm very grateful that we now have a registered manager in post, whether we now have a little bit more scrutiny oversight on Oldham Total Care, if that might be possible. Thank you.
And answer is yes.
Well, it depends. I don't understand why you want more scrutiny. What does that actually mean? But yes, we are open to explaining how it runs. We're looking to change the governance as we speak to actually take myself and the DAS off the governing board because we don't think that's appropriate. So that is a work in process that will now be expedited because we've got a manager in place. But yes, we are more than welcome to be scrutinised. It would be entirely appropriate to demonstrate we're running the home well and properly because we expect to be an exemplar for the whole industry.
Thank you very much. Move on to Councillor Goodwin. Don't trash Oldham portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very much a business as usual report. Continuing with highways resurfacing, 14 schemes will be completed by the end of March 25. Winter preparations are in place. Renewal of street lighting columns will be complete by March 25. Tree planting season has started, and as previously reported, 650 new trees will be planted by March 25. Parks and play areas continue to be maintained to a high standard and improved where funding is available. Again, along the Greener Cleaner Borough programme, we're increasing areas of biodiversity where appropriate. Household waste, as previously reported, plastics such as food trays, yoghurt pots and margarine tubs can now be included in the current brown bin, which I expect will see an increase in recycling and a reduction in residual waste. Finally, the cross-party highway study group met and agreed 6 trial areas which will see speed limits reduced to 20 miles an hour without traffic calming measures in place. Signage will be in place along with other measures to encourage drivers to reduce their speed. Data shows that this does reduce drivers' speeds and increases safety for road users and pedestrians. If successful, other areas will be considered in future as part of our Vision Zero aspiration. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Rustage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Goodwin, for your update on the highways work. The Chancellor announced an extra £500 million nationally for pothole repair. Do you know what the process will be for allocating this funding and what Oldham is likely to receive? Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Rustage for his question. We're pleased to hear about the additional funds that have been allocated. As with other such announcements, the money is allocated to the region, which for us in Oldham, it will be Greater Manchester Combined Authority. The money will then be split between the authorities and is traditionally based on a set calculation so as to ensure a fair and transparent allocation. We will share details of those amounts once they are known, and as with other allocations, we will ensure the money is spent on improving Oldham's highway network.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy.
Mr. Mayor, I've actually got 2 questions I've submitted. Is it okay to ask the 2 or just...
Yeah, just fire away together.
Does what, sorry?
Yes, please.
Delightful.
You can
Thank
ask
you.
both together, sorry.
Despite repeated interventions from opposition councillors, Oldham Council still hasn't renewed dog failing protection orders in place. When does a Cabinet member expect this situation to be rectified, and what other enforcement measures will be put in place to protect our streets, parks and green spaces from irresponsible pet owners?
Do you want to ask your second question as well, and Councillor Goodwin can respond together?
So my second question, this council has a target of 0 road deaths, yet the council has taken the decision to make the road safety officer redundant. How does this decision fall in line with the council's Vision Zero objectives, and what impact will the loss of this post have on the safety of Oldham's roads? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
So, thank you for your questions, Councillor Murphy. I'll take them in order. First of all, the current focus of the environmental enforcement team is on areas of work that generate the most complaints from residents. So far this year, the team have received over 5,700 referrals of fly tipping, and it is this area where the team focused their attention, investigating incidents and fining individuals. The capacity of the team is currently being reviewed, along with examining other types of approach across enforcement, and once the restructures are in place, we will engage with elected members for the priorities in their communities. On the second question, the Council continues with its ambitious target for zero road deaths, as I alluded to in my report. But as we all know, there are many factors outside the Council's control which contribute to road collisions. I can't comment on the Council's voluntary redundancy scheme, which has just concluded. However, all decisions about voluntary redundancy come with an impact assessment on service delivery. And while the Council may lose one officer, the road safety engineering officers continue in service, and alternative road safety education will be provided by various partners as required.
Councillor Adams.
In June, Councillor Goodwin announced that the Council had received £4.5 million from the government, the Conservative government, under the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement. The funding was provided to tackle potholes, improve road safety and secure public footways, and must be spent within a year. In Royton, repairs and improvements were planned for Rochdale Road, Kensington Avenue and Oak Avenue, Ashgrove, Pinegrove. 5 months on from the announcement, would the Cabinet member confirm how much of the work in Royton has been completed? Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Adams. So from the 4.5 million funding allocation, 2.5 million was for carriageway and footway maintenance, with the remainder for highway safety, junction improvement, bridge repairs and drainage maintenance. The programme of highway surfacing works across Oldham is underway, following approval of the programme by the Council earlier this year. With regard to specific works in Royton, I'm advised that the highway repairs and improvement will continue this December, followed by the preventative maintenance surfacing being programmed for March next year.
Thank you. Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please can I ask the Cabinet member what progress has been made on the gully cleaning programme, especially in St James?
Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cosgrove. The new gully cleaning programme is underway and steady progress is making with the 50,000 gullies borough-wide. At this time of year, leaves are falling regularly. The teams are occasionally pulled to priority areas where there's risk of flooding to ensure the gullies in these areas remain clean and clearing debris. However, the teams are working in Alexandra and St James's wards, where approximately 70% of the highway gullies have been cleansed. The work remains on track and we aim to start St Mary's ward by December this year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zahir Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies for the misunderstanding before. Councillor Goodwin, many people in the Oldham community are still having issues with burial times. Your amended motion over hours, even though it does not agree with people of Oldham, still has not been applied. Can you please let us know what is the delay, and also when will you apply your amended motion? Can you please avoid by answering with I will email you, because it never happens, as we learnt with the Waterloo Street Bridge question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodwin.
So thank you for the question, and we have extended burial times during both evenings and weekends. This includes the later cut-off times to submit paperwork.
That's not the case.
Please let them.
All in accordance with the agreed motion. The biggest challenge at the moment is the new role of the independent medical examiner, which has created additional requirements in some circumstances. Don't interrupt, please. It's rude.
People are having a problem. The burial time has not been extended to your amended motion.
Can we? No, please don't use that language.
That's
not appropriate, sorry.
I said it hasn't been extended.
Please don't use that language. Let him finish the answer, please.
What language are we talking about?
Please, let him finish. I don't want to...
What language did I say? What did I say?
Please don't argue. Let him finish.
Not use no bad language.
Please let him finish.
Where was I? So, all in accordance with the agreed motion. The biggest challenge at the moment is the new role of the independent medical examiner, which has created additional requirements in some circumstances. And we've got no control or influence over how long the coroner or the medical examiner role takes. We work closely with all funeral directors, burial groups such as the Council of Mosques to ensure the service is accessible to all. As agreed in the motion, we are monitoring demand and will be able to determine this and consider a changed delivery model and revise fees and charges in the new year. I can provide Councillor with the correct information when I check with officers if he wishes.
Can we please make sure that if anyone has requested information by email, they've been responded to? Thank you. Councillor Arnott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, just Councillor Goodwin, if I could just take you back to your report. It's only a minor point. If you just clarify it for us, please. I think we stated that parks and green areas are continued to be maintained and improvements where appropriate. We have been informed on a number of occasions that no improvements are taking part unless work is has a health and safety implication. Then that's the extent to which works is being carried out in parks and green areas. I have no other point to make on that other than to ask for clarity on the point from the report. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin?
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. I don't know where you're getting that there's been no improvements. There was a recent cabinet approval for, I think it was 6 play areas in the borough that were to be improved. So they are being improved. A lot of the time the funding is external or ring-fenced or maybe comes from lift bids. So there are improvements going on where funding is available. But obviously we can't magic everything all at once.
So just for clarity, these aren't off the cuff. This is things that's been rolled out in things like district forums and what have you. It's been made. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Councillor Dean, Thriving Communities and Culture Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. If I could just make a number of points that are based on my report. We're very pleased that we was awarded the Household Support Fund of 2.4 million, and obviously this will support vulnerable households throughout Oldham, and also we'll be able to offer free meals during holiday periods, particularly Christmas, and also give support to Oldham Food Bank as well as many other things that we can actually achieve with that money. If we go on to the right care, right place, we're actually working very substantially with the police to actually make this actually work, and we've engaged the call handlers to make sure that they're actually directing calls to the appropriate place, because obviously that relieves the police and creates a lot more time for them to carry out the duties that are appropriate to them. Royton Town Hall is now substantially opened since September, and it's actually extremely busy, and everybody I think that I've spoke to appreciates the great renovation that's taken place. We've actually had 2,700 visitors to the town hall in the last month, and in actual fact over 2,000 books have actually been taken out, and we've attracted around 300 new members, library members, which I think is extraordinarily good over that short period of time. District hubs are now actually getting really established. Over the last 3 months, we've actually assisted over 1,400 local residents to get services very close to their home, and obviously most of those services are early advised and actually stopped a lot of problems down the line. Just mention libraries. The library services providing a lot of different educational and social events throughout the summer and September period. One of the most successful ones were the Children's Festival, where we actually attracted over 4,500 children to the festival, which I think is quite an accomplishment, and obviously I think the children got tremendous amount of satisfaction from attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Charters, you've got a question?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Oldham Athletics had its share of governance issues recently. The government's new football governance bill was announced by the Culture Secretary should help avoid this being repeated in the future. Has the Council had any discussions with the club about how these changes will impact Oldham Athletic?
Thank you, Councillor Charter. Yes, we've had preliminary discussions with the club, and I've got a very long answer, which I'll shorten. Basically, Oldham Athletic is, as we know, changed ownership in 2022, and we've engaged with the owners on a very good working partnership arrangement, and they're very happy to have discussions to make sure that they're going to comply with all the regulations, and we're very pleased that they already engage substantially with not only the supporters but local communities as well. So we think that there'll be very, very significant progress working with the Athletics and making them readily comply to the new regulations that might come through the appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marlon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Excuse me. Given the inability to stop fireworks being set off in Oldham throughout the year and at all times of day and night, would the Cabinet member responsible please write to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to ask if the government will carry out an analysis of the use of firework control zones as shown in Scotland and see whether similar legislation in the UK could help manage antisocial use of fireworks in boroughs like ours. Thank you.
We'd be very happy to do that. In actual fact, we've got a working group on the crime and fire panel in Greater Manchester now, so it'll be a Greater Manchester thrust, because we realise that there's been a lot of people suffering because of the amount of fireworks that's going off, particularly in antisocial hours. So we're actually working very closely, and if we can get some new learning from Scotland or anywhere else, we will certainly include that. And we will be making a joint representation to the Secretary of State, because we think that the 2004 law wasn't particularly helpful in enforcement terms. So we think that that needs some work, and it needs some stiffening up to make sure we can actually enforce, particularly the licences of premises that sell fireworks. Thank you.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dean, for all the updates. We should all celebrate the reopening of Royston Library and the new members who have joined. Could you outline how to join the Oldham Library, what services are on offer, and how much it costs, please?
I think I went through all the services that was on offer earlier on to Council, a question from Jenny Harrison. But basically, there's services from CAB, Mind, early prevention services, both from health and education, and also a whole system change in the sense that all the library staff are now all trained to actually feed into all the services problems that people have and make appointments for them as well. So there's a very significant number of services that are available. There's also a lot of one-off events that the library are actually creating for both children, young people and adults. It provides as well a full digital service, so people can actually go in informally to use the computers that are there, or else alternatively they can actually take courses and hopefully improve their skills as well. There's also the book service, there's also e-books, so there's a whole raft of services. I must admit that I don't think the final costs for the renovation have actually been published yet. So hopefully we'll be able to get that to Councillor Hussain as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Koza.
Thank you. With regards to the Marlborough Street Community Centre, previously known as the Pakistani Community Centre, please can I ask where are we up to with the tender process and the applications? The first and last time I received an email regarding this was on the 23rd of July. It has come to my attention that Councillor Aftab Hussain, also one of the ward councillors, stated in a WhatsApp group only today that 6 organisations have been interviewed and that whoever has the best plans to run it and sustain it will get the green signal. Also, should this information be shared publicly and prematurely? Thank you.
I'm not, and I haven't got the details of that quite rightly so, because it's obviously going through a proper process to find a proper provider. And obviously I don't really respond to so-called social media posts from third parties neither. So certainly there's an open and clear process that's actually being undertaken, and that is a transparent process that will actually come and find an end user for the centre.
I think Councillor Koza would like to clarify something.
Sorry, so how will Councillor Aftab Hussain have those details if obviously there's a process that needs to be followed?
That's not a point of clarification. We can't answer that at the moment.
But he's a deputy. Okay.
As far as I'm aware, I think she would have to contact Councillor Hussain privately. He's certainly not part of the system and part of the allocation of the centre. Thank you.
Councillor Gafford, yeah.
Thank you again. I think, Councillor Dean, I don't want to explain what Councillor Aisha is saying, but if the information is available to your group, is it impartial? Is it transparent? And if the information is available to people from your group, why is it not available to the councillor for the area, for St Mary's? Could you please answer that?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that we can't answer that at the moment. We've said that. And
no, sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think Councillor Dean should answer what I'm asking. If the information must have come from somewhere where Councillor Hussain got that information, and then obviously my fellow councillor, Councillor Kosa, didn't get that information. So where did that information come from?
Well, two things. One, it's not my portfolio, and secondly, the process is being followed, and the process is laid out, and obviously councillors aren't involved in the process of finding the appropriate end provider.
We're not going to resolve this at this meeting, so I think you need to take it out of the meeting and ask a question to the leader. Is it yes? Yeah.
We'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We're now moving to item 10, notice of administration business, for which we have 30 minutes. Motion 1, increasing pension credit take-up. I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Dean to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise to move the motion as printed in the Green Book and talk about something that's incredibly important, ensuring that our pensioners who work so hard all their lives have access to financial support they need. Pension credit is a benefit aimed to help people, older people with low income. It's not just a top-up for your pension, it's a financial lifeline that can significantly ease the burden of bills and daily expenses. Far too many pensioners are missing out on this crucial support. It is estimated that 3,288 pensioners in Oldham are not claiming pension credit, and that equates to £7.9 million currently unclaimed each year in Oldham. This means that they're struggling unnecessarily, often in silence. Our aim is to change that. We want to raise awareness so that everyone who is entitled to pension credit is getting it. Applying for pension credit is straightforward. You can do it online, over the phone, through paper application. If you're unsure about the process, there are a number of organizations ready to help, including Oldham Council. You can contact Oldham Council by phoning 0161 770 7007. Each year we run a regular campaign to increase take-up of pension credit and make people actually get it. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would like to share one case where we've been able to help a couple make an application for pension credit in June of this year. Their application was successful and they were awarded £158 per week, and they also received a backdated payment of £1,896. Additionally, Mr. Deputy Mayor, last campaign we ran, pension credit, we managed to get 27 pensioners getting pension credit. The total amount they received was £121,294. On average, this equated to £492.29 per annum, or £86.39 per week per pensioner, as well as being entitled to receive winter fuel allowance. Currently, it's taking about 9 weeks to process pension credit applications, but it's very important that people apply straight away, because if your application is successful, then it will be backdated. Any application made before 21st of December 24 will also receive the full winter payment. I think this is really important that we all share that information. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I urge everyone here and those watching or listening to spread the word about pension credit. Talk to your constituents, your family members, your friend, your neighbour. Let's make sure that no pensioner has to choose between eating their home or buying food. Together, we can ensure our elders live their later lives in dignity and comfort, supported by Oldham Council that cares. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move the motion.
Councillor Dean.
Informally seconding the motion, I think that we really all should be aware that there's only 63% of eligible people actually claim this benefit nationally, and obviously that's extremely low. And what we are trying to do in Oldham, and I'm sure that this is everybody that needs to actually try to identify pensioners that are actually eligible for this. A lot of new pensioners particularly don't know they're eligible at all, and it isn't easy. We have to admit that the form is formidable to fill in. So what we've tried to do is to engage a lot of different agencies, as well as the local authority library system, to actually help and assist people that need support in filling the forms in. But also, I think that what we have to make people aware of is the children and grandchildren of people that are probably eligible for claim, for them to support their elderly relatives, because most younger people tend to be more aware of how to fill forms in, which are quite complicated. The form itself is 64 pages to fill in, which isn't easy. So I think that we need to support them, and what we are prepared to do in the council is do that. We've also got agencies on board like Age Concern, Citizen Advice Bureau, and a lot of other agencies. Action Together are providing volunteers as well. So we really need to up the uptake of pension credits, because it means so much, because not only does it increase the weekly income of pensioners, it opens the way to eligible benefits like the winter fuel allowance, free TV licences and various other things. So we hope people will support this motion and actually get the message out wide across the communities that we get a massive uptake in Oldham. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I do rise to support this motion, and it's important that we encourage as many people as possible to uptake pension credits if they are eligible. We know that despite, though, trying to increase the uptake, we will not be totally successful, and in many cases people will still remain unaware or simply will not apply for the pension credits. I mean, you just alluded to 64 pages, and the previous campaigns, I think it probably works out about less than 1% of increase from the previous campaigns. So it puts many vulnerable people at risk of choosing heat or eat this winter. So I'd rate this motion, said I'm going to support it, it's about 6 or 7 out of 10, because pensioners would be at less risk of this would be at less risk, and this motion would not be needed in the same way if we did not, if the government hadn't abolished the winter fuel payments. The freezing of tax thresholds means that less pensioners will be eligible for the pension credits as well. Many people in Oldham are just above the pension credit threshold and will not be eligible. It would have been much better to stop the winter fuel payments cuts, and I hope that people in here will vote with their consciences later on tonight and support the unions and Age Concern by calling for a reversal of the winter fuel payments. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sajidis Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right, I stand today in full support of this motion to increase pension credit take-up in Oldham. This is a matter that goes beyond politics. It's about dignity, support, ensuring that our pensions can live without the constant worry of making ends meet. As we know, pension credit provides much needed financial support to those over the state pension age who are in low incomes. For many, it is a lifeline covering essential living costs, ground rent and service charges, but far too many of our pensioners, many of whom have worked tirelessly throughout their lives, still unaware of or unable to access this benefit. Right now, 1 in 3 eligible pensioners do not claim pension credit, meaning millions of pounds in benefits are unclaimed each year, including funds that could greatly ease the lives of those here in Oldham. Over the years, we've seen a lack of focus from previous Conservative governments in addressing these needs for pensioners, cuts in social support programmes, and failure to actively promote available benefits that have left many pensioners struggling in silence. These policies have contributed to raising poverty among pensioners in recent figures, showing increase in pension poverty. Our elderly deserve better and being overlooked in policies that fail to protect and support them in the later years. This motion calls for a comprehensive awareness campaign to address this gap and reach every pensioner in Oldham who qualifies for pension credit. By partnering with local charities, we can ensure that trusted voices in our community are raising awareness. By increasing staffing, we can ensure pensioners have dedicated help with the applications, removing barriers from which they may face in accessing what they're entitled to. And by establishing a system to monitor the campaign's impact, we can ensure we are making a real difference in the lives of those who need it. Imagine what could this mean?
Thank you, Councillor Sen.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Time's up. Okay. Oh, I was nearly finished.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I won't be long. It's an important motion before us today. I'd like to thank Cabinet members, Councillor Jabbar and Councillor Dean, for leading on this campaign to make sure people in Oldham get the money they are entitled to. It's really important that we do our bit to raise awareness of this, because this is a massive amount of money going unclaimed by people who deserve it. It would make a huge difference to their income. But it's not only the extra income, because we know that entitlement to pension credit opened the doors for other benefits, including winter fuel allowance, as we all know, but also a free TV license if you're over 75, council tax discounts, housing benefit, and you could also be eligible for the NHS dental care. So it's very important that this campaign succeeds as well. So I'm glad that there are measures in this motion on monitoring and reporting so that we can see the impact our intervention is having and whether we need to change anything as a result. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, it's quite staggering that more than 3,000 pensioners in the borough are not claiming the pension credit to which they're entitled. As more and more services migrate predominantly or wholly to digital, there is a real risk that some groups, especially the elderly, will be left behind, and this is almost certainly a factor in the levels of take-up for pension credit. Age UK estimate that 25% of people aged 65 and over in the UK don't use the internet. Older people without digital service skills are losing accesses to key services such as banking, shopping and health. Would the administration undertake to engage with and promote initiatives such as Age UK's Digital Champions programme to encourage and assist pensioners to access digital services more easily? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Does Councillor Jabbar wish to reply?
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you all the speakers. So winter fuel allowance is a big issue, I get it, but look at the amount. Winter fuel allowance is maximum £300 per year. The figures I've given you earlier in my speech is close to £5,000 a year per person. So there's a massive difference. So we need to push this to make sure everyone is entitled to get it. So the speakers, Councillor Hussain, Councillor Islam, Councillor Arnott, thank you for the support. Councillor Harkness, your point about Age UK digital programme, we actually provide support through our libraries to everyone who needs that support, and there's individual person there to help them make the application, but also give them basic training to use IT services. But I will look into that. This is a portfolio area for Councillor Dean. He's obviously listening, but if there's any addition that can be delivered through the Age UK digital programme, then we'll be happy to undertake that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does Councillor agree the motion? Those in favour? Against? Any abstentions? Motion carried. Sorry, Councillor, your microphone is on. I don't want to hear your secret conversations, so. Okay. Motion 2, supporting kinship carers. I call on Councillor Mushtaq to move and Councillor Nifty to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my own interaction with kinship carers, it's obvious that there's still a way to go before we get to a place where kinship carers feel like they are getting a fair deal. Whilst there are different types of kinship care, every kinship carer has a connection to the child or children. Even without this connection, all carers of children do so with love and affection. We have for many years been talking about the cost of living crisis. Many people choose to delay starting a family because of the costs attached and their own sense of being responsible as parents and to society. Yet some kinship carers take on responsibility of lovingly welcoming a child or children into their home, but feel further support should be provided. The decision to take in a child when it arrives doesn't provide the opportunity to plan ahead or save or get things in place. The fundamental concept of kinship care is contrary to family planning that would occur outside of the circumstances that lead to children entering care. This is why it's imperative that we do what the motion asks and build on the policy proposals of the new Labour government. We must ensure that we are compliant with the new statutory guidance and that we become a kinship-friendly employer as soon as is practicable, working towards achieving the gold standard. You'll be pleased to hear that we don't need to start from scratch on this. As a council, we are a foster-friendly employer, which extends to any staff acting as kinship carers. We provide paid leave, and more importantly, in my opinion, our ethos as a foster-friendly employer ensures that we are considerate towards staff that have fostering and kinship caring responsibilities. It's important to recognise the difference between a couple or individual taking the conscious decision to foster, and often families or individuals finding themselves as kinship carers because of a sudden and unexpected circumstances. The development of our Special Guardianship Order, or SGO, service and support services for our kinship carers remains high on the agenda here at Oldham Council, ensuring that our kinship carers feel well supported in their application as kinship carers now and in the long term. We have linked with kinship.org around support and training available to our kinship carers, and are in the process of developing specific peer support groups for our kinship carers, inclusive of our SGO carers. I'd like to thank the Liberal Democrat group and Conservative groups for their amendments. Clearly, we can't accept both. We will be supporting the Conservative amendment as this covers the questions of finances. I'd like to end by thanking all those kinship carers that have accepted disruption to their own lives for the benefit of the vulnerable children they have taken into their homes. You are all amazing people. I, personally, and the Council appreciate and thank you for being the amazing human beings that you are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nifty, second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's clear to me is that our foster carers are remarkable individuals who open their hearts and their homes to children in need. Their dedication transforms lives, creating brighter futures and lasting memories for those in care. I'm really grateful that here in Oldham we're ahead of the game on some of this. Much of the guidance with the new government as published was already in practice here in Oldham. The motion will set this council on its way to become a kinship-friendly employer as soon as we can, recognising the incredible work that kinship carers do. And to make, sure that the council doesn't act as a barrier to those who are willing and able to provide this valuable care to children and young people. And finally, I just want to take the chance to thank all kinship and Main Street foster carers in the borough for opening their homes and hearts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got two amendments. I'm going to move to first amendment. I call on Councillor Al-Hamdani to move and Councillor Hamdan to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a little disappointing to stand up and have already been told you're not going to vote for this, especially as there doesn't seem to be any rule saying you couldn't vote for both amendments and they don't contradict each other. But there we go, decision already made. But I would like to talk about the importance of this financial support for kinship carers. Kinship carers shouldn't have to choose between paying the bills and looking after a loved one. Yet in the recent statistics by kinship organisation, 44% of carers said they couldn't pay all their household bills. 18% couldn't keep up with the rent or mortgage payments. 26% couldn't afford food for their families. And enabling people to choose kinship care is vital for everyone. It's vital for the children because they get to stay with their family, usually at a time of crisis. And it's vital for the family because then they're not having to choose between trying to provide support despite it putting their finances under pressure, or not managing to support a child in the way that any family would want to. And it's also vital for us as a council, because it's important that we ensure that the money that we have, which is under so much strain, delivers as much for as many children as possible to the highest standard possible. And if you are a child under kinship care, it's about half as expensive to provide the same level of care, and often better care. The social care do a wonderful job, but there is a difference between being looked after by social care and being loved by your family. Now, if we can make sure more children can go into kinship care, we have twice the resources available for people going into who are looked after by the council. That's a massive, massive win for everyone, for the children, for the family, for us, for the whole borough. Now, at the moment, a kinship carer will only get the same financial support as a foster carer by going through the process of becoming a foster carer. And it can take up to 8 months. Now, that's 8 months when you've got all that pressure, whether it's on your rent, on your household bills, on food, just being able to afford food. And that's assuming that they're choosing to go through the process of being a foster carer. As you mentioned before, you don't know necessarily that this is something that is going to be happening to you. So that's just once that you've made that decision to become a foster carer, 8 months. Some people are not going to do that, and others won't start the process for much longer. And that's financial pressure for such a long time. And so this works for the government. If the government provide that money for kinship carers, then it's saving money down the line from not having to have children being looked after buy social care. They're going into kinship care instead. And that's the same pool of money. So it saves money for the government, it saves money for us, and it's better for the children and it's better for the families. It's just an absolute no-brainer. And I'm sorry that you don't feel that you can support it, and if you could expand more on why you feel you can't, I'd be very interested to find out. But I think this is a really good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Hamdani. Councillor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, I do rise to second this amendment. I have had personal experience with this subject. Most of my family have done fostering, and I have also had, well, most of my family have also done kinship fostering as well, many for 40 plus years. Sometimes due to unforeseen circumstances, it's a financial hit to them, as they don't receive enough support for the family unit. And this is even more so prevalent these days, but much more can be done, with many placements having to attend contact sessions to see loved ones and family in places such as Met House, near the town centre, a bit of a cold, faceless building if you ask me, not suitable to promote the family well-being and togetherness. These aren't my comments, these are comments from people who do kinship fostering and fostering as well. Yet recently it now seems many foster carers are being told to undertake weekend contact sessions. Carers now are taking on dual roles with no added pay to cover the time that they're having to jump in the car or hop on a tram or a bus, yet really when they should be spending quality time doing, you know, what families do at a weekend, which is supporting the family unit. However, there's little to no incentive to recruit more carers because we're struggling. And we are struggling to recruit carers, as this is our neighbourhood councils are now poaching them with more or less pay off their council tax or other lucrative offers. So I hope that, well, I would have hoped that the current administration would have supported this amendment to at least ensure that the government gets behind this so our children and carers are given the support they need, because they do need it. And our kinship foster carers need it. So I would have hoped that, but que sera, sera.
So we don't have time to take speakers. I'll give Councillor Mushtaq right of replies. Hopefully you can expand on by inner sporting.
Yeah, so, sorry guys, I did thank you for a reason, because I do agree with the concept of your motion, but I was under the impression we couldn't do both. That's my fault. And I feel that the Conservative one covers the financial bit. If after that there's a need for us to write to the government, happy to do that. I'm happy to do it independently of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Councillor Hamdani, you wish to reply?
Well, thank you very much for accepting that. I mean, you can still put your hands and vote now that you know you can.
Okay. Does Council agree the amendment? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? So amendment lost. So I'm going to move to second amendment. I call upon Councillor Byrne to move and Councillor Sheldon to second the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Moen Ali for his rather succinct report, because that covers quite a lot of what we're talking about. And I thank the proposers of their questions and motions and amendments. Now, there's a great difference between looked after children and, as has been said, and kinship. Kinship is about love and duty. It's not usually about choosing. If you are to become a foster carer, you choose to be. To be a kinship one, you don't always choose. You are, it is placed upon you, as I say, as a duty and love. Now, this is a super motion, and I just wanted to be sure that if we accept it, We don't accept it, and it falls because there's no money. We need we need finance about everything. We have to be sure that this is funded properly before we actually take it on. So that's what my amendment is just about, the finance. Have we looked at the finance? I don't know whether there is any finance from the government or from any other source, but I think that it is beholden on us to find out how we run this before we just accept it without any conditions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. A very valid point. Councillor Sheldon, do you want to second it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm simply going to second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, don't have time for the speakers. Councillor Mishtaq, wish to reply?
No, I think we're fine. Thank you. Yeah. Just go to the
Councillor Byrne, do you wish to reply? Anything? Okay. Does Council agree the amendment? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? So amendment is carried. So we're going to move to the original motion as amended now. Well, we don't have time to take speakers, so I'm going to move to Councillor Mushtaq right to reply on a motion as amended.
No, nothing to say. Thank you.
Okay. Does Council agree the motion? Those in favour? As amended, sorry. Those against? Any abstentions? Okay. So motion as amended is carried. Item 11, notice of opposition business. We have 30 minutes for this business as initially outlined. We have 10 minutes for each motion, and I'm sorry, I will be interrupting people to make sure we stay on time. So motion 1, stop the winter fuel payment cuts. I ask Councillor Bishop to move and Councillor Marland to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion is about showing some humanity and compassion for the most vulnerable members of our society. Financial pressures have a drastic impact on the elderly population during the colder months. Older people are more susceptible to illness and death, not just during extreme weather conditions, but as soon as the temperature drops into single figures. They feel the cold much more than younger people, and for them, keeping warm is a huge challenge, but not an option. Being able to eat properly and heat their home is vital to maintaining their health. They must prioritise keeping their homes warm, not from choice, but as an essential part of staying alive. According to the Centre for Ageing Better, 9,000 people die in cold homes in England and Wales every year. There are tens of thousands more, including many in Oldham, who end up in hospital or just suffer through it. The cold weather increases susceptibility to heart attacks, strokes and pneumonia, which in turn increases the pressure on our hospitals, which we know are already struggling due to lack of capacity in primary care. It was revealed recently that out of 37,000 pensioners in Oldham, only 5,000 receive pension credit. More are eligible to claim it, and I welcome the Council's initiatives to encourage people to check their eligibility. But many pensioners are just a few pounds over the limit and therefore don't get anything, putting them in the lowest income bracket. It must be done more fairly than this. Whilst we understand the debate around the universal application of the winter fuel allowance may have needed revisiting, the fact of the matter is that the pension credit threshold applied by the government is clumsy and harmful. So much so that in the last week, Unite launched the first step towards a judicial review into the decision, claiming that, and don't shoot the messenger here, the government have acted unlawfully. I quote their General Secretary, Sharon Graham, who said, "People do not understand, I do not understand, how a Labour government has taken away the fuel allowance of millions of pensioners just as winter approaches." Despite a slight decrease earlier in the year, the energy price cap is still 40% higher than it was this time 2 years ago, and bills are predicted to rise again by at least 10%. It is now at a price point that is simply unaffordable for those on lower incomes. When people voted overwhelmingly for a change of government in May, it was for many an act of desperation. Their last hope to see an end to the austerity that had been imposed on them continually over the last 14 years. It is only right that the new government heeds that message from the public and adopts a new era of more compassionate politics and provides an opportunity to lobby a new set of ears when decisions are being made. They can do this by using a different metric, for example, removing it just from those pensioners in highest tax brackets. Real leadership is not about laying down the law regardless. It is about listening to people and responding accordingly. Ultimately, though, if you don't ask, you don't get. And so I'd encourage you all to lend your support to this motion, and let's ask the government to reflect on this decision, think again, and give our older citizens a break from worrying quite so much this winter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marlin to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Long before I was elected, I was involved with a number of local charities, namely Contact the Elderly and more recently Age UK. Through this work, I have the privilege of knowing many incredible elderly residents in this borough. One such resident is Edith, who is 98 years old and lives in social housing flat in Grenicas. She moved here from Austria in 1954 and spent her working life at Park Cakes before retiring when she was 60. Her only family is in Austria, and due to her mobility issues, she's rarely able to leave her flat. She has one phone line, she has no internet. I spoke to Edith this morning about her winter fuel allowance, and she confirmed that hers has been cut by over 50%. She confirmed that she will now have to think very carefully about when she puts her heating on, and she is dreading this coming winter. Now, this council made a sterling attempt last year to open up libraries and community centres as warm banks for residents to go to, but the actual practicalities of this meant that most centres were closed by early evening, late afternoon, and were only open for a few hours at the weekend. Were only open for a few hours at the weekend, and none were actually ever open on a Sunday. So this wasn't really a very useful solution for our elderly residents, and for particularly those like Edith who, with her mobility issues, would have been expected to travel to her nearest hub, which was in Lees, for just a few hours of warmth during the daytime. She, and I'm sure many other countless elderly residents, are not physically able to do this, and in the long days of winter, many elderly residents will not even leave their home after dark. When I became a councillor, my main aim was to make a difference to my community and improve the lives of residents in my ward. So the cutting or complete removal of this allowance payment goes against everything I stand for, and I would like to challenge all councillors here tonight to ask themselves the question, is this cut really what our elderly folk deserve? I'd like to go now to the forward, the leaders forward that we have here in front of us. It's fantastic, but I'd just like to read a couple of paragraphs from it. The first part says, the Oldham's Council's job is simple, to deliver services to local people that they rely on, to stand up for our residents. Further down it says, and where no one is left to struggle. We will not shy away from the challenges ahead, and this means fighting for the resources we need, and holding those to account who make decisions that impact our residents' lives. I would also like to turn the page to the forward from our acting chief exec. Here it says our residents are at the heart of this journey. Every decision we make is about making life better for them. This resident-focused approach is embedded deeply across our organisation, and it will continue to be the driving force behind everything we do. So I'd like to urge everybody tonight to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment on this. I'm sorry we're struggling with the time, so if you could be brief, that will be really helpful. Councillor Dean to move and Councillor Aftab-Hussain to second.
Thank you. I will be brief. Obviously, the previous system was a universal system. The very rich got the money as well. And there are a lot of very rich pensioners. And I am a supporter of raising the eligibility threshold. And I think that what this amendment does is more realistic to press the government to actually change the threshold that people can tap into the winter fuel allowances. There's always people on the edge. We are aware of that, and that's why we've got the household support fund, and that's where we'll be able to support people if they are having great difficulties. But I do think that universal payments, taxpayers' money, in many cases going to millionaires, because a lot of pensioners are in that category. And in actual fact, the mean income of pensioners, a couple of pensioners on average, is £600 a week. And that's what the average income is of pensioners in this country. Now, I realise that there are quite a lot of people that don't fall into the average, because the average, you always get somebody, you know, well below it. And that's why I think that we have to fight and fight in a realistic manner to actually change the eligibility thresholds, move it up so the poor pensioners really aren't excluded. And I think that's the only realistic way of going forward with the pressure that we can place on the government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Aftab, do you formally want to second it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to second this amendment because actually I don't think that the winter fuel bill allowance should be universal. The state should be providing money to heat their home if they don't need it. I understand the Liberal Democrats about this motion. We do have some sympathy with them over the way this was handled. I think there are clearly issues with the logistics of the government's announcement, but fundamentally, leadership is all about difficult choices. I understand why pension was chosen as a way to mean the test winter fuel payments, but do think that perhaps we need to make sure that this doesn't mean thousands of pensioners miss out through no fault of their own, and we look again into the eligibility criteria. We do recognise the government's decision to keep the triple lock is a boost to pensions incomes.
We are running out of time, Councillor Sen. Sorry. You formally second it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councillor Kenyon and Councillor Arnott, we don't have time. I want to give the right of reply to Councillor Bishop. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things I'd like to add very quickly. Obviously, raising the threshold is the whole point of the original motion. So, glad you agree with that, and hopefully you'll vote for it. A little bit uncomfortable with some of this because, like you say, with averages, you know, I think this narrative of, you know, we've got lots of rich pensioners is a little bit dangerous, and I wouldn't say that. I don't know if I'm the... I'll cut to the chase. The amendment dilutes the impact of the motion and seeks to gently question the government's position, like some sort of latter-day Oliver Twist pleading for more gruel in the orphanage, rather than directly and robustly challenging it, as I would prefer. Sharon Graham also said, it's not too late for Labour to register the hurt that this cruel policy has caused. Step back from picking the pockets of pensioners and do the right thing. I'd encourage members to reject the amendment and vote for the original motion and send a strong message from Oldham to Westminster, which demonstrates the strength of feeling about how this decision disproportionately affects the borough and its older residents. I understand that the mass dictates a take-it-or-leave-it situation, which we will no doubt be forced to take, but knowing that in doing so, we are doing a disservice to those who need us to speak up for them the most. It is not necessary to try to emulate the lack of compassion for the vulnerable that we've seen previously, and I'd just encourage everybody to vote for the original motion as stands.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dean, do you wish to... Councillor Dean, do you wish to reply? Okay. We're going to move to the vote for amendment. Does Council agree the amendment? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? So amendment is carried. So we're moving straight to the voting on original motion as amended. Does Councillor Bishop wish to reply? I'm really struggling with time, but no. Thank you. Does Councillor agree the motion as amended? All those in favour? Against? Abstention? Okay, motion as carried as amended. Okay, motion to the budget challenge. I've got 2 amendments on this, so you have set the time frame of 10 minutes, so please try to be as brief as you can. Councillor Lancaster to move and Councillor Woodvine to second them first. Sorry. Councillor Lancaster to move and Councillor Woodvine to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll second the amendment simultaneously in the interests of time.
You have to move and second it, just move it.
Oh, I have to move it?
Yeah, just move it.
Sorry, I'll move it then and then speak to them.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So, you amending your own first? Oh, so you moved and seconded together. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Okay, so now we need to move and second it as amended. Or have you done it together? No. So do you want to do that then? Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
I got excited that you're not speaking at all. Sorry.
Unfortunately not, Mr. Mayor. In recent years, sat in this chamber for full council meetings, we have become quite accustomed to close scrutiny and criticism of national government. And so in the same spirit of Labour elected members here, I will speak against the budget set out last week, and I look forward to colleagues' consistency in now recognising the errors of Rachel Reeves. Mr. Mayor, the budget was sourced squarely from the socialist playbook, and I have every confidence in stating it will be bad for business, bad for Britain, and bad for our borough, with poorer pensioners getting a proverbial beating too. It is true that the tax burden rose under my own party, an inconvenient legacy which cannot be denied, but, of course, circumstances outside government control, namely the pandemic and continental war, demanded higher Treasury receipts. The difference today is we had finally moved forward in the last year, and Labour wished to drag us back towards extreme tax and spend out of ideological insistence. Boom and bust was the Brownite inheritance for our country. This Chancellor only gives us worse still, gloom and bust. As a Conservative, I have to concede we lost the recent general election and Labour now occupy high office in our place. However, their budget has no popular mandate. Repeatedly prior to the election, Rachel Reeves and other Starmer devotees in the then shadow cabinet toured the media rounds and categorically committed to no tax rises on working people. And yet this budget takes from employers, entrepreneurs, family farmers, parents aspirational for their children's education, those who manage assets and investments, users of public transport, amongst others. By any objective measure, working people will feel the brunt of this budget, and no political performance can conceal that fact from public view. Of course, there is every expectation that any Conservative, myself included, would be opposed to this budget and its stark socialism, and that is the nature of democratic debate. Disagreements have not only been expressed on policy differences, though, but that this budget is an affront to public trust. Its proposals fly against all promises made by Labour when searching for electoral support a short while ago, and it can be no wonder that in just a few months, Starmer's personal polling has sunk to new lows. From our present parliamentary position, it seems improbable that my party could recover to win the next general election, but based on Labour's terrifying trajectory, the public will be desperate to get rid of Reeves and the rest. I wish the Leader of His Majesty's most loyal opposition all the best in achieving that ambition. In summary, Mr. Mayor, let us stand up for the strivers and those who have served society for the longest. Let us reject Rachel Reeves and her dangerous economic dogma. Please support the amendment and our motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Woodvine, do you want to second it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure the Council joins me in congratulating the 47th President of the United States. Common sense has prevailed across the pond, and President Trump represents strong Conservative leadership for the Western world. By stark contrast in this country, it is self-evident that we have a weak and ineffective excuse for a Prime Minister. If there is indeed a black hole, Sir Keir should do us all a favour and jump in it. So much for change, it's the same old Labour, freezing pensioners to death, letting criminals onto our streets, burdening students with bigger debts, spiralling costs of the welfare state, raising taxes on businesses and reducing employment opportunities for all. Almost every promise made by Labour in their election campaign has been broken now that they're in government, and the first Labour budget in 14 years showcased some of the most deceitful decision-making I have witnessed. The inexperience shown by the government is reminiscent of the local Labour leadership in Oldham. Is the Chancellor of the Exchequer taking advice from Councillor Shah? Raising tax, running down the reserves and increasing borrowing. This is not a recipe for success, as we have seen firsthand at this council as we head straight for bankruptcy. Though I should attribute some blame to the independents propping Labour up, I do wonder if Councillor Hobing is enjoying his experience as a clapping seal. Labour have said that their priority in national government is economic growth, yet despite inheriting the fastest growing advanced economy from the Conservatives, their very first budget is burdening business, and all independent assessments are pessimistic about the long-term growth prospects of this country. Labour always leave unemployment higher than when they assume office, and the proposals around national insurance will lead to suppressed wages and fewer jobs. So much for supposedly being the party of the working people. The government has gone woke, and before long I'm quite sure it will go broke. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would love to take
Point of explanation, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I was nearly falling asleep and I didn't actually hear what Max was saying about me. Could he repeat what he said about me?
I would not dare repeating that, sorry. We can watch the video online.
I need to respond. No, and neither am I part of this crazy coalition.
Right, I'm gonna move us to vote. Sorry, please. Can we have order? I'm gonna move straight us to the vote on amendment, our original motion as amended so far. All those in favor? Okay, all those against? Any abstentions? So, motion as amended as lost. So, I got second amendment, Councillor Jabbar to move, Councillor McLaren second. Councillor Jabbar, you got only minute or
yeah,
so.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, these people want to be taken seriously. They couldn't even organize a motion right. They had to amend their own motion before they could speak. How embarrassing is that, Mr. Mayor? And you know, I'm not taking lecture from these people, right? They've been in government for the last 14 years, and they brought misery to millions of people across the country, including hundreds of people in this borough. Mr. Mayor, when they were in government, they brought in a household benefit cap, council tax rebate they abolished, they brought a bedroom tax, rent allowance frees, and many other things that actually impacted on hundreds of people here in this borough. And they're standing here today. We've been in power for exactly 4 months, and they're blaming us for the historic defeat the people of this country gave them on the 4th of July. Mr. Mayor, I'm not listening to these people, right? Lecturing us about finance and local government finance. Yeah. We have been saying for many years that this local government finance system is being broken. The Chancellor, the previous Prime Minister, actually boasted that he changed the formula to take away resources from authority like ours to leafy counties in the south. And they never said a single word in this council chamber. Shame on you. Shame on you. Mr. Mayor, this budget has been delivered by the first female chancellor. It's a bold budget which will deal with the issues that we've got in our economy, the issues that we've got in our NHS, and it will help this country to grow and make sure that from the growth we can fund the public services the people of this town and right across the UK desperately need after the way they treated people.
You need to conclude, Councillor Jabbar. Sorry,
okay.
we're running out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I just say this, right? The barefaced cheek they have to stand up here, you know, after all the misery their government has caused to the people of this town and this country, Mr. Mayor, I find it unbelievable. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McLaren to second it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first Labour budget in 14 years introduced some much-needed honesty on the requirement for higher taxes and borrowing in an ageing society characterised by sluggish economic growth and a deteriorating public realm. This meant that it was possible to earmark essential resources for schools and hospitals and increase public investment to secure future growth. that this budget is no magic solution for Britain's economic problems demonstrates how difficult the situation is that Labour inherited. By cutting back the state and pursuing a hard Brexit, the Tories have caused severe damage to the economy and worsened the impact of unenviable economic headwinds such as inflation in recent years. The budget signals a decisive break with the past. The deception that public services and the welfare state could bear further cuts has been abandoned. Some 40 billion of tax rises were announced to support public services, together with other specific tax changes, such as an increase in capital gains tax, higher stamp duty for additional homes, and 3 million low-paid workers will benefit from an increase in the minimum wage.
I'm really sorry, we are out of the time limit now, so if you conclude...
1 minute, can I just finish it? Yeah. The relaxation of the rules on public debt allowed for planned levels of public investment over the next 5 years. The Institute of Fiscal Studies described this as a courageous move with a welcome focus on the long term. These two moves are very significant. The tax increase is such that there is sufficient left over after filling the Tory black hole of unfunded spending commitments to enable the allocation of extra...
Sorry, I have to switch it up. Please take a seat, Councillor McLaren. Sorry. So we're going to move to the vote on amended motion. Sorry, you got right of reply, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll only respond to a few of the things that were mentioned. Firstly, on winter fuel payments, allowances. Just recently, or relatively recently in political terms, 2017, Labour said that any cut in winter fuel payments would be, and I quote, the single biggest attack on pensioners in a generation. The party argued at the same time that such a cut would cause excess winter deaths. In the words of Angela Rayner, why do they treat pensioners so badly? That's what she said at the time when that was floated in the public realm. In terms of the diversity difference between their party and the Conservative Party, the irony is not lost, Mr. Mayor. Conservatives have had the first Jewish leader, the first British Asian leader, the first black leader, and now 4 female leaders in the time it has taken for them to produce a female chancellor. So Labour should really learn a thing about identity politics. If they want to play it, they should make sure they have the record to back it up. But ultimately, they should take the lead from Mrs. Badenoch when she said the best thing will be when we get to a point where the colour of your skin is no more remarkable than the colour of your eyes or the colour of your hair. That's the way we should proceed. In terms of the fictitious £22 billion black hole, which keeps on being mentioned, all independent monitoring bodies, including the Institute for Fiscal Studies, which Councillor McLaren referred to, and the Office for Budget Responsibility, have declined to defend such absurd claims. Clearly, they don't want to risk their professional reputation on a lie. And it is simply a political pretext for raising taxes, which they want to do, and they have done, of course, with council tax here in our own borough. On public services...
Sorry, you do need to conclude, please.
1 more minute, please, Mr. Mayor. Typical socialist trick, throwing money at any and all problems with no plans for public service reforms. Their only policy is to roll over and be tickled by trade union paymasters. And lastly, on the technical point of the motion, Councillor Jabbar, I had no choice but to amend the motion because the budget fell after the deadline of business submission, and the budget was far worse than any of us could have imagined. So I had no choice but to expand the substantive motion.
Councillor Jabbar, you do have right to reply, but I know you spoke very passionately already. Do you want to surrender your right of reply?
Mr. Mayor, and let it go.
Thank you very much. We move to the vote on amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? So amendment is carried. So we're going to move straight to the vote on original motion as amended. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstention? So motion is carried as amended. Sorry? Motion as amended. Okay. So move to the third motion. We have 10 minutes for that. So I call on Councillor Chauhan to move and Councillor Wahid to second the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fellow councillors, members of the public and Madam Leader. Today I present a motion of urgent importance calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The situation there has reached catastrophic levels,
over 42,000 people, including more than 14,000 children and 9,000 women, have lost their lives, with countless others missing. These aren't just numbers, but they represent innocent lives, families torn apart, and futures destroyed. As representatives of Oldham, we have a moral obligation to act. We cannot stay silent while healthcare facilities in Gaza have faced over 500 attacks, leaving people without critical medical care. The international community, including the United Nations and world leaders, have urgently called for a ceasefire. The International Court of Justice has even highlighted potential violations of international law, suggesting what's happening could amount to genocide. Supporting this motion aligns us with these global calls. By endorsing a ceasefire and humanitarian aid and urging the suspension of arms sales that fuel this violence, we demonstrate our commitment to peace. This motion echoes calls already made by 7 Labour councillors who are in this chamber in a letter to the Prime Minister. Today we stand amplifying that call for peace. To be clear, we also condemn attacks on October 7th and call for immediate release of hostages. However, fixating on this tragedy risks diverting from the ban of arms sales to Israel, which is at the heart of this motion, and the embargo letter signed by the 7 Labour councillors. An attempt to amend this motion would contradict the very letter they signed, and it raises a critical question. Why did only 7 members of the administration sign that letter? Are they, as a party, divided on such crucial humanitarian issues? Some may argue that Gaza is far from Oldham's concern, yet this crisis resonates deeply within our community. Oldham is home to people with family, cultural ties and personal connections to that region. Our residents stand against injustice wherever it occurs. They look to us to reflect their values of compassion and justice. As leaders, we must embody those values by calling for a ceasefire, humanitarian aid and ban of arms sales. We affirm that Oldham believes in dignity and value for every life. Our stance on Gaza shows that we are not just a town in the UK, but a community with a conscience, a place where every life matters. This isn't about taking sides, it's about standing for humanity. Let us raise one unified voice for peace. Let Oldham be a beacon of compassion and justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor. Point of clarification. In moving the motion, Councillor Chauhan has suggested that the rest of the Labour group don't care. The 7 that are signed the letter are members of Labour Muslim Network. The rest of us aren't. So that's why that wasn't signed. So I think we should not put this isn't a faith issue. It's a humanitarian issue, and there's members who feel just as passionate, but I'm not a member of Labour Muslim Network, and others aren't.
Kosovo, do you want to second it?
You're not a member.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Madam Leader, honourable members and members of the public. Today, we are here to discuss an issue that transcends politics. It disregards family ties, political affiliations, or friendships, or memberships of any groups. We are here to discuss brutality so severe in its execution that it threatens to have no comparison in history, perpetrated by a friend and an ally of our country, the UK, who has stood in solidarity with Israel. And what do we get in return for this friendship? We have all heard the figures for confirmed dead, and we are all aware of the unaccounted deaths and that which is impending. That makes us all, without exception, complicit to the atrocities and the genocide being carried out by Israel. I reject such friendships, such allegiances. It is for that reason, Mr. Mayor, when I saw amongst the 114 Labour Muslim councillors, 7 of whom were from Oldham, who wrote a letter to the Prime Minister asking for exactly what the Oldham Group are today asking for in our motion. I want to recognise the letter these 7 councillors signed just 2 weeks ago as powerful and unified call for justice. So here we are today, faced with an amendment from the Labour Group that fundamentally dilutes the purpose and the urgency of our motion. This amendment does not strengthen our call for justice, it weakens it. And worse still, the amendment stands in contradiction to the letter signed by these very councillors, now proposing
seconding and diluting through this amendment. This amendment, with its conditionalities and softened language, stands in stark contrast rather than maintaining the urgency of the original plea. This amendment doesn't match the severity of the humanitarian crisis unfolding before us. Where is the clarity? Where is the moral backbone? Let's be clear about what is happening here. By backing this amendment, these councillors are moving away from the principled stance they took just weeks ago. They are trying to have it both ways, saying it one thing in a letter and then softening that stance here in the chamber, hoping no one will notice. But we do notice. And the most importantly, our communities are watching. Councillor Mushtaq, Councillor Islam and the others, what will you say to your constituents? How will you justify your duplicity? You have badly failed the people you claim to represent. Break away from this evil allegiance who throw you under the bus in this manner, making you present this suicidal and shameful amendment. Our residents deserve to know where we stand.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. There's massive
Can
assumptions
you
being
please
made.
not
No,
interrupt me?
because what you're saying is misleading.
It's not misleading.
Nobody's
Well, you'll get a
forcing-
chance to respond.
Just 1 second.
Please do
You
not
will have a
interrupt.
chance to speak, sorry.
Our residents deserve to know where we stand on this issue. This is not a time for compromise, for balance, or for playing it safe. Children are dying. Hospitals are being bombed. Families are being torn apart. People are being starved to death. If there was ever a time to stand firm, it is now. The amendment is an attempt to appease, not to lead. It is an attempt to play politics while innocent people are being killed. Our motion is clear and resolute. It calls for an immediate ceasefire and for an end to any form of support that could fuel more killing. It reflects the sentiment of anyone with an ounce of humanity whose only demand from us is to be the voice for the voiceless. So I urge all my colleagues today who want the killing to stop.
Thank you, Councillor
Move
Heath.
extension. Can we not move an extension, please? We've got 10 minutes.
So I urge all my colleagues today who want the killing to stop, vote for the Oldham Group motion, reject the duplicity of this Labour amendment that you will be hearing, and I would urge one last time the 7 councillors, namely Councillor Mushtaq, Councillor Islam, Councillor Nashin, Councillor Nadeem Iqbal, Councillor Fida Hussain, Councillor Sajjad Hussain and Councillor Junaid Hussain to rethink your stance. Thank you very much.
I've got amendment on these motions. I call on Councillor Mushtaq to move and Councillor Islam to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be honest, I had a speech prepared and it started off, I welcome the motion. I am sincere in my request to the Oldham Group to please support the amendment, etc., etc. But clearly, I was trying to create a spirit of unity because this is a humanitarian issue. And like Councillor Shah said, we're not all members of the Labour Muslim Network. I'm one of the, the inaugural cohort that started with the Muslim Network. So it's a leadership programme which is much needed. But it feels like the Oldham Group have not read the amendment because it's not changed fundamentally anything they've said in that amendment. So where they've called for a ceasefire, we're reiterating the call for a ceasefire because I personally called for a ceasefire back in October, again through LMN. The leader, if they read the amendment, it's all in there yourself, Mr. Mayor, through the letter, the leader, through GM, here. So it's a reiteration of that, not a fresh call for a ceasefire. What they don't mention at all, because it's all Gaza focused, this has now spread and the amendment includes the West Bank, Lebanon and the decision of the Israeli Parliament to ban UNRWA from doing the fantastic work that they do in all of these regions, not just Gaza, because this death and destruction is taking place everywhere. Yeah. And Israel is doing what it wants, when it wants, as it pleases. But because they're so fixated on this hate of a political party and this desire to exploit, which is exactly what they're doing, yeah. They're exploiting the death and destruction.
You're the ones that are
They've forgotten, Mr. Mayor, they've forgotten about They've forgotten about the West Bank. They've forgotten democracy. They've forgotten about Lebanon. They've forgotten about the West Bank. They've forgotten about Iran. They've forgotten about the famine that's taking place in the north of Gaza. They've forgotten everything because their focus is to attack a political party and to exploit the death of innocent children. The figure is closer to 17,000, not 14,000. But again, they've lost sight of what is actually happening because they want to create a theatre in this room. So the reality of what's happening is in...
You will play. Can you please stay silent, please? I request you. You will have please stay silent. Let them debate. You will have a right to reply and you can use that to speak, please. Go on, Councillor. Finish it.
Apologies for losing control, but I do feel that this is a politicisation, exploitation, and I do feel like they're dancing on the graves of dead children. They've even got the figure wrong. 14,000. They've forgotten about the other 3,000. Close to, we're close to 17,000.
Mr. Mayor, that's.
You will have a right to
but
reply.
that's not acceptable.
No, so
we're dancing on the graves of children, of killed children. We are the only ones that are bringing this up. How dare you, Councillor Mushtaq?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Would you please stay quiet, please? Please. Councillor Islam to second.
I'd like to second the amended motion. Thank you.
Well, I've not got the time, so I'm going to take it straight to the vote on amendment. So all those in favour of amendment?
Hypocrites.
Sorry. That's not acceptable, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Can I just bring in a point of clarification as well, please, before we go to the vote?
I've just taken the vote, please, on this. When I come back to the
okay, on this motion, please.
Sorry?
I just need to make a point of clarification on this motion, though.
I've just taken the vote on amendment, so when I come back to the
right,
motion
that's fine.
amended, you can ask for. So all those in favour, sorry, of amendment?
Recorded vote, please.
You need... Yeah. Okay, let's take a minute vote. Already voted, sorry. We have voted already. You can ask on the next one, don't worry. All those against? Against the amendment? Okay, any abstentions? Okay. We're going to go back on the amended motion as amended. Sorry, did you have a point of clarification?
Yes, I do. It's been mentioned that you have to be a member of the Labour Muslim Network to have received the email about voting. I've received emails from the Labour Muslim Network and I'm no longer a member of the Labour Party.
Can I just clarify? I mean, I don't care about Muslim Labour Network or whatever it is. However, I think just as a point of clarification, I was the first person as a mayor, with the permission of anyone, who actually wrote a letter asking of ceasefire, but also releasing hostages, which was signed by most of the members and all the parties. So we did not politicize this issue. So let's not pretend that this is a issue of a party or Muslim network or this network or that network.
I'm not doing that. I'm just making a clarification. It's just
I
that
don't care, to be honest with you. I got nothing to do with any network of this or that. I'm going to take I'll give the right of reply to Councillor Chauhan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just reiterate, coming back to Councillor Mushtaq there again, yeah? The 3 points that they've actually amended are the very points that they actually signed for. Are the very points that they signed for. So were they right then or are they right now? That's the answer I would like of Councillor Mushtaq.
Sorry, very well articulated. Councillor Mushtaq, do you want to reply?
We haven't amended. This is what I mean. They've not read it. I don't think they've read the amendment.
We've not amended it. You need to read that letter. You need to read that letter. We've gone off the letter.
Sorry.
We've just copied that letter straight off. That's what that is there. So you've not checked it yourself. What have you signed then?
We're not discussing the letter. We're talking about the amendment. We've added things about
request
Lebanon,
removed to the
about
vote.
West Bank.
I move a closure motion.
I've amended it here.
I move a closure motion on this matter.
Okay, so we're going to move to the vote on this.
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a recorded vote. All those in favour of motion as amended now. So,
Councillor Adams.
Abstaining.
Councillor Al-Hamdani. Councillor Ali Moran. Councillor Ali Zahir.
Abstain.
Councillor Arnott.
Abstain.
Councillor Aslam. Councillor Azad. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters.
Voting for, please.
Councillor Chapman.
Abstain.
Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Gafford.
Abstain.
Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet. Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hinds. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hogan. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Fila. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Ibrahim. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Kenyon. Councillor Cowser. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Machine. Councillor Nazy. Councillor Quick. Councillor Rustich. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Wahid. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodbine. And Mr. Mayor.
so motion. Item 2, places for everyone joint development plan request for revocation of the plan for Oldham. I call on Councillor Taylor to move and Councillor Shaw to second the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to move the report, and in doing so, I want to start off by talking about what primarily we all agree on in this chamber, and that is the wider acceptance that there is a national housing shortage and the urgent need to build more homes. I have no doubt that, like me, every elected member at some point or another has spoken to a family who is affected by the chronic housing shortage, and that is why Places for Everyone is so important, because it is a development plan that has been designed to provide safe, secure housing for our diverse communities. It will provide sustainable and cohesive growth with the new homes and new jobs, and it will provide for the investment and development of improved infrastructure as well as opportunities for new business development. The new government has made decisive early steps in reintroducing mandatory housing building targets, and this includes a revised methodology for calculating local housing need. So in practical terms, if we were to withdraw from Places for Everyone, our new housing target would increase from 680 to 1,049 new homes per year. That represents a 54% increase, and we would be required to meet the new nationally set local housing need requirement in full and straight away. I do understand that people feel strongly about releasing Greenbelt land for development purposes, and as a local authority, we don't just have a professional planning responsibility, we have a moral obligation to maximise the use of all available brownfield land, which is why we are only releasing enough Greenbelt land to ensure that we can fully meet our housing and employment needs. But if our housing numbers were to increase, we would have no option but to significantly expand the amount of Greenbelt land for development purposes. Sites that we have already worked hard to protect in Royton, in Failsworth, in Saddleworth and in Chadderton North and across other parts of the borough would have to come forward again.
and we would not be able to successfully defend against housing applications on those greenbelt sites or on other protected open land sites without the protection of an adopted, up-to-date plan like Places for Everyone. Because without the protection of Places for Everyone, we would not have enough available housing land supply, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development would kick in. Under that presumption, our protected green spaces and open land and our green belt would be at risk from any housing development that can show it is sustainable. The harm created by uncoordinated housing development would impact the borough's environment and harm our ability to deliver the quantity and right mix of homes, including affordable and social housing, that our residents so desperately want and need. And we are already seeing this. In Stockport, the only authority in Greater Manchester not signed up to the Places for Everyone plan has seen their annual housing figures almost double, and they have just postponed their draft local plan consultation and conceded that they will have to release Greenbelt land to meet their increased housing targets. This is not fabrication, this is fact. None of the concerns raised in the motion from July Council or in any of the 5-member workshop sessions provide sufficient justification to request that the Secretary of State revoke Places for Everyone as it relates to Oldham. Any matters raised have already been subject to multiple rounds of public consultation and the examination of the plan by independent planning inspectors. Nothing has changed in regard to those matters since the Council adopted Places for Everyone earlier this year. So to request that the Secretary of State revoke Places for Everyone on that basis would not be legally sound, and we would be susceptible to judicial review. Therefore, I ask members to support the recommendations as laid out in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Taylor's highlighted in her speech tonight in moving this report, remaining in Places for Everyone is not just vital, it's crucial for the borough. It's the only way to guarantee the hard-fought protections we've secured over Greenbelt sites in Oldham, Chadderton, Crompton, Balesworth, Royton, Shaw and Saddleworth. Let's be clear that getting rid of Places for Everyone will give developers the freedom to build wherever they want and whenever they want. We have a housing crisis. There's a massive demand for homes. Developers had already been buying up land over many years, ready for that day. So for those thinking that removing Oldham from this Greater Manchester approach will help stop building in Oldham, they're wrong. All that will happen is more building in places that we don't want. We can't ignore the need to build homes. It's the reality of the world we live in. Everybody shared tonight the understanding and acknowledgement of temporary accommodation. We only need to look at the number of families in temporary accommodation now. So we've got some 700 families and about 779 children currently living in hotels. That's a significant cost to the council, but even a greater cost to the quality of life for those families who are left languishing in temporary accommodation for years. We all know friends and family struggling to get on the housing ladder because we don't have enough housing supply in Oldham. And I know this chamber and the people of our borough don't want poorly planned, poor quality housing in areas where development shouldn't occur. And that's what's at stake here today. Our national policy framework is pro-developer. Places for Everyone gives us a way to control this in a way that works for us in Oldham. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We must remember that this plan has undergone a robust examination process with extensive representations made. The conclusion of that examination by an independent panel of experts, after hearing everyone's concerns and submissions, was that the plan on balance was sound and could withstand legal challenges. I want to be absolutely clear with Places for Everyone. We will have an almost adopted, up-to-date plan that sets our strategic direction. We can also provide local policy direction on matters like affordable housing, housing types, and tenures. Think back to 2016, when 436 hectares were proposed for release. This is down to 155, and that's just 2.5% of the green belt. There's a real risk here, Mr Mayor, that leaving Places for Everyone could mean losing 10, 15 or even 20% of that green belt. Finally, I want to highlight the 4 sites now excluded from Places for Everyone: Kingsway South in Crompton, Hanging Chadder and Thornham Road in Royton North, Spinners Way, Alderney Farm in St James's Ward, and in Failsworth, we've seen the significant reduction of the size of Bottomfield Farm proposal. Together, these sites would have added more than 1,620 homes, and their removal is a massive win for those communities and for Oldham. There's been too much unnecessary negativity and misinformation about this plan, and I accept, Mr Mayor, that some of that fault falls on these benches because we've not pushed back and perhaps avoided conflict with certain lobby groups. But the reality is simple. Oldhamers need homes. They need homes and they need places to work, and our precious green spaces should be protected, and that's exactly what Places for Everyone delivers. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right. We have a number of people who have indicated they want to speak, but mindful that we are almost out of the time. So I suggest that, no, let me finish, please. I'm suggesting that we extend the time of the council meeting by half an hour. If we finish earlier, we'll finish earlier. No, you all want to speak, so you have to stay here as well then, isn't it? So, any mover and seconder, please? Okay, no, you all can speak. I'm quite happy to stay here till 12 o'clock. Councillor Hayes, you are the first one to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We've always objected to the Places for Everyone since our inception. And even before that, I have personally been concerned with the plan, and I've been a member of the Save the Shore Greenbelt, because the protection of our green spaces is ultimately key. This subject and the pathway we choose will have consequences. So I would like to thank the administration for facilitating my request as Chair of Planning to highlight the potential implications on leaving PFE. And I would specifically like to thank Peter Richards and his team for the work they carried out, ensuring councillors and stakeholder groups were fully briefed in that respect. Although I was disappointed some councillors, including my fellow ward councillor Howard Sykes, chose not to attend. But of course, that's a matter for them. But I do trust those who did attend found it useful and will use that as a consideration during their deliberations. Despite what our opponents claim, we exist, operate and vote in the best interests of the residents of Shore and Crompton. Indeed, our progressive working relationship with the current administration demonstrates how we can work with others we may not always agree with to achieve our local aims. Indeed, having visited numerous projects in Oldham Town Centre recently, I can wholeheartedly applaud the administration for their development plans for Oldham. To be clear to the people in this chamber and the people outside, we don't vote in conclusion with online grifters. We are not bullied into voting by online trolls and keyboard warriors. We do not vote on political ideologies or agendas. We vote... Can I finish?
Councillor Haynes, please conclude. You're out of time already.
We vote solely in the interests of those people, including those who represent, including people who refer to us as scum on social media.
Thank you,
and today, we will demonstrate we vote for people.
Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Hinder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Taking on board the information provided by the Planning Department, including the workshop sessions that gave more in-depth analysis, I'm sure that PFE, the plan, is right for Oldham. I understand that some members have reservations and concern for Greenbelt in their own areas, but in my view, this affords us some protection. If we withdraw, I can see a lot of developers chomping at the bit, ready to pounce on any or maybe every piece of land. Nothing would be safe. It may be a little selfish, but we're all here to represent our constituents, and I'm sure constituents in Failsworth would prefer their patch of green belt secured with the PFE plan. Voting against it is handing over Greenbelt, and that would be unforgivable. This is why I agree we should formally approve the report and not consider the removal from the plan. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report has come to Council because members asked officers to inform a decision on whether or not to write to the Secretary of State, asking for places for everyone to be revoked in Oldham. It was to inform a decision, not to make a decision. This is one of the most emotional reports I've ever seen in my time as a councillor. It is absolutely riddled with confirmation bias, in my opinion. This report fails, in my opinion, to present a balanced view, providing no analysis at all of the potential benefits of leaving places for everyone, and demonstrating no faith in this council's ability, which I have, to deliver a local housing strategy on its own. Instead, this report tries to present members with only one option: to remain in places for everyone, or the sky will fall in and lose precious green spaces in pursuit of unaffordable housing that will price out local people. And that's what's in the current plan. The report argues there's been no change in circumstances since March, neglecting to mention the change in political makeup in this chamber and the fact the Labour administration, as we've just heard, relies on the votes of so-called independent councillors from time to time. The report argues that to write a letter to the Secretary of State would be unlawful. I don't think it is. This isn't Trump's America. When did writing a letter become unlawful? Members should ask themselves, how can it be making a request of a government minister that could be considered unlawful? Because the report fails to tell us how it's unlawful. There's no legislation and no legal precedent cited. So let's be really clear. Without proper legal explanation of how and why it will be unlawful to write to the Secretary of State, the resolutions in this report amount to nothing more than an attempt to influence elected members. I'll put it another way, to scare the horses.
So you need to conclude, you're out of time.
I'd like to finish, Mr Mayor. This is a decision for Oldham councillors and Oldham councillors alone. Not my words, but the words of the Labour leader and Mayor of Salford, Paul Dennett. So there we have it, black and white. This is a decision for these people. The majority of councillors don't support this and should vote accordingly. I urge other members too, and I'd like to request we have a recorded vote when we do vote.
Yeah, well, when we need to get to the vote first of all, I might have to extend it for another hour, this meeting. Councillor Hamdani.
Thank you very much. I was very intrigued to hear you say that we're in a housing crisis and what we desperately need is more housing, and therefore vote for something that delivers less housing. It's not my opinion, but that seemed to be what you were saying. Doesn't seem to be very consistent. I'd also like to point out that there's a huge pressure being put on people to support places for everyone because of the massive increase in housing proposed by the Labour government, by your party. Now, I can see that is there and that is a threat. We are going to have to revise places for everyone, and we are going to lose the protection that it provides very, very soon. So at best, it is a stay of execution. And as everyone acknowledges, we don't even have the capacity. We're not building the number of houses that they want us to build. It is unachievable. The whole thing is a nonsense. The housing targets that are being suggested by the government are just a nonsense. Councillor Shah, you mentioned that the National Planning Policy Framework is a developer-led approach. Why are we going along with developer-led approaches? Why are we not standing up and saying places for everyone is our attempt to just go along with the status quo? Well, it shouldn't be that. We should be standing up and saying this whole system is broken and wrong. It is not delivering for the people of Oldham. It is not delivering the infrastructure that we need to go with these houses. It is not delivering social rent housing. It doesn't appear there. We built one house for social rent in 7 years, and it's pathetic for social rent. I will make a point. I'm going to answer that. I raised this before, and I was corrected by the then cabinet member.
Thank you
and
very
I
much,
raised it with
Hamdani.
officers, and they said I was correct.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I think, obviously, Places for Everyone didn't just and wasn't created overnight. It was done through consultation, discussion with residents. And residents, quite rightly, told us what you really needed to do was concentrate on town centres and development in town centres. And that's what, in the plan, we actually have done. That's why there's 2,000 houses being built in Oldham Town Centre. That's why there's 400 being built in Roynton, or has been built in Roynton Town Centre. Because the pressure groups and the people we discussed it with really led us along the path of doing that. And in doing that, we took out, for instance, in Roynton, Angin Cheddar and Thornham Lane developments. And that green belt will still stay there. If this goes, that green belt wouldn't stay there. So we've actually worked and moulded this plan over a number of years till it comes out, I think, really satisfactory for the people of Oldham. And there is a new danger. You're right, there is a new danger. Even if Places for Everyone only lasted for 5 years in government terms, that means that we won't have to find sites for 2,000 houses. Where would we find sites for the 2,000 houses? We wouldn't do at all. So I'm fully supportive of Places for Everyone. I think it's done and give us significant protection as towns. And Councillor Alan Downey stands up and shouts. He standed up and shouted about the development at Rhodes Hill in his ward on Opal land. And we could defend it because we had Places for Everyone. So it got refused. And they went to appeal and it got refused as appeal. And that's because of Places for Everyone. Not only Greenbelt, but Opal land. Opal land would be protected. You know, so I would...
Sorry, you're over the time as well,
Right.
Councillor Dean. Apologies. May I request members to stay brief because otherwise I will have to move extension now for another hour and I will do it. So, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not Mr. Chair like last time, so I apologise for that. So, I mean, this plan, the Places for Everybody, I'd like to ask everybody, whether you're Labour members or not, to support it because it's not about the Labour Party. It's about the best plan for all. This has been going on. This has been going on for years. To get this plan in place, and I think it's the Liberals who are trying to push it. I think that the rest of you, they're leading you by the nose because I don't understand why they want to do it. I think it's Howard's a mate of the fella in Stockport and he wants to create the same chaos here as what they've got in Stockport, maybe. I don't know. But
let's stick to Oldham, please.
But the other thing is, it's not just about housing. We've recently had, as the leader said, on the Broadway Green, we've had employment premises, manufacturing stuff, creating wealth, creating good quality paid jobs, creating linear parks. This is what it's all about, making Oldham better. Not on some dislike of the Labour Party trip, but so it also encourages the plan, also encourages brownfield sites to be developed. The mill strategy's in there. That's been a strategy we've had. That's part of it. But the biggest issue with planning is the big projects which are and the problem is the private developers and private landowners.
You have 20 more seconds.
How many?
20 seconds.
I'm not even halfway there. So, I mean, but
15.
So I would count like the councillor in Failsworth, for example. Councillor, I'm cutting it short now. I have another 2 minutes. Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Ball. How would you like it stood on the Willow Park estate? Stood there and Woodhouse isn't a village anymore, because that's what could happen quite easily, because that land wouldn't be protected. And there's people there. You can respond if you want in a minute.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Councillor Zahir Ali, you indicated you wanted to speak. Or have I got it wrong?
Point of explanation later on, please, Mr.
Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This report sets out in no uncertain terms the implications of requesting the Secretary of State to revoke Places for Everyone. And as agreed at previous council meeting, workshops were provided so that members would be fully aware of the consequences. It would be disastrous. Revocation of PFE would open the floodgates for private landowners of Greenbelt land to hand it over to developers who would make massive profits at the expense of our Greenbelt. We have made promises to protect as much Greenbelt as possible from development, and only the adoption of PFE keeps that promise. I represent Chadderton South, and we don't have any Greenbelt land, but we protect our green spaces as much as possible. For councillors in areas of Greenbelt, such as Saddleworth and others, you will be breaking that promise by voting against the adoption of PFE. Your residents will not forgive you. You've heard the legal advice, you've heard from planning implications from professionals, so please do the right thing for the people of this borough and vote to adopt PFE to protect our Greenbelt and open spaces. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, planning requirements are determined by central government and not by local authorities such as Oldham Council. The government creates the methodology that sets the housing numbers, and the local planning authority has to find available land to meet these targets and allow for potential employment needs to demonstrate that it can deliver. Overall, of the 12,000 new homes that the previous government said we must provide, 10,000 will be built on brownfield land. Everywhere from Chadderton to Royton, Failsworth to Saddleworth has seen green spaces better protected because of the work undertaken by the council. If there was an alternative solution to meet the numbers the government has given without the need for Greenbelt, or there were hidden brownfield sites still to be identified, those who have opposed the plan have had many opportunities to bring them forward. However, no such additional sites were offered. In the circumstances, this is the best plan that Oldham can take forward to deliver homes and employment opportunities and protect the borough from uncontrolled development. It has been suggested that if the political balance of the council should change, it would be possible to remove Oldham from the Places for Everyone spatial strategy and use the local plan to designate the former Greenbelt allocation as protected local green space. However, Oldham cannot simply be removed from Places for Everyone unless the High Court were to quash the adoption following a legal challenge. Places for Everyone is now part of the development plan for Oldham and will remain so unless a new local plan is adopted that explicitly replaces Places for Everyone. This would probably take several years to complete. However, it is unlikely that an independent inspector would find a local plan sound that seeks to designate, for example, the allocation in Chadderton as local green space unless replacement sites could be allocated. This would almost certainly mean releasing more Greenbelt as no such alternative sites were found during the earlier stages of the planning process. This is because any such local plan would have to provide robust evidence that the housing and employment needs requirements were much reduced.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you now again. I'm sorry, we're out of time. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, I will, don't worry. It was just a bit of a technical point to the member from Waterhead, Councillor Dean. It was just that he was saying that there's been many groups and people that was consulted, but I'm just looking through here and there's been very little comments made by those groups. There's been an Oldham impact assessment without PFE and with PFE, but there's been no comments from the group. I was actually part of two groups, purely by default, one of them being Oldham Pride, which I chair voluntarily, and the other being the Learning Disability and Autism panel. This Specialist Housing Development Officer and Commissioning and Marketing Management member arrived and had comments from the groups, and it's just that there's a metric here, but there's not comments. And I'm just wondering, where's the comments? Where's the advice from the people that actually put in and made requests? Because it's very, very light on that. So I just wanted to provide that technical point, really. Thank you very much, Mr.
The last speaker, Councillor Hartnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the report states, obviously, we staying with PFA, Places for Everyone, everything's good. We come out, everything's bad. That's what the report does. It's scaremongering. Legal advice, when pushed at the meetings, you question that. Yes, there was some verbal conversations, but when you press further, this hasn't been done before, so they don't really know what would happen. This is a developer-led approach. Despite what it says in the report about it being strategic-led, it's not. It's developer-led because there's no plan at all in places for everyone for infrastructure. Andy Burnham talked about how he's got places, you know, he's got all the sites to build houses. When I've asked questions, not had the answers for that. When we asked at the meetings, at the workshops, it's quite clear that those called for sites from 2016, where all the developers put in and said, we can build some houses here, we can build some houses there. So, yes, the big greenbelt sites have been considered in the first stage, but we accept this tonight, all the small sites, so Saddleworth is going to get all the call for sites which were put in 2016 and later, and it's still on the website there, there's loads of them, totally inappropriate, will all be getting built on with no infrastructure, no increase in places for doctors, and we're going to be in a terrible situation. So I urge everyone to vote against this and stick with the principles.
Councillor Dean, just last word before.
Just a point of clarification. As people know, Places for Everybody, the debate and discussion and consultation has been going on.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. As the Mayor well knows,
Please,
a point of order cannot be done for argument.
Sorry, can I just let the member finish, please?
And that consultation took place with many, many groups. That time I was chair of planning, and Hannah Roberts led on it, and I supported her in talking to many, many organisations and groups to formulate Places for Everyone. And we actually changed the plan. We moulded it around what residents thought.
Thank you. I'm satisfied that you all heard enough. So we're going to move to. Sorry, if you're not, we can go on. That's not a problem. Sorry. Yeah, of course, no problem at all. Why not? So we move to the vote. So all those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, do we not get a right reply?
Well, it's not really motion, but if you insist, you can have. I'm serious. I do need to tell members that I will be extending the meeting further. Be honest with you.
Can I
yeah,
just,
of course. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say, Mr. Mayor, I did ask in advance, and I was told I would have up to 6 minutes. I will cut it shorter than that, but I'll leave it with you, Mr. Mayor.
No, that's fine. You can use the right. Yeah, please.
Okay, so I'll try and be quick, but really, I think despite some of the opposition comments that we've heard tonight, realistically, there is no tangible benefits to Oldham seeking to come out of Places for Everyone, and that is why the report doesn't present any. I guess I shouldn't really be surprised by some of the contributions that have been made, but because opposition members have proved that they're just not willing to listen to reason. And it is hard for me to see this as anything other than elected members spreading misinformation, including their accusations of us trying to scaremonger and actually scare people into voting for this report. It's just ridiculous. And, you know, there are a number of things, but, I mean, honestly, I just don't understand how, given the opposition objection to the purchase of spindles and our regeneration programme, which has allowed us to free up land in the town centre so that we can build 2,000 new homes, which has been referenced tonight, that you think you could develop a plan that wouldn't include the release of greenbelt land. There's nowhere for those additional homes to go. And as we're now seeing in Stockport, simply proclaiming that you have a plan that doesn't align with national housing targets isn't a viable, practical alternative. It is just living in cloud cuckoo land, and we are seeing it. We are seeing that their chickens are coming home to roost. Planning appeals to develop non-brownfield land that the council hasn't allocated for building have been lodged with the planning inspectorate, and the council has already lost one appeal, and they are expecting to lose more. And that will happen here in Oldham if we follow that same path. So members do need to be honest with themselves and their constituents about what the greenbelt land that we have protected under Places for Everyone, which if we withdraw from, would be opened up to new development applications. And, you know, I've acknowledged, and I do acknowledge that, you know, that in sacrificing a little bit to protect the rest is unpalatable to some members, but that is exactly what this motion wants to do away with. And in doing so, it is jeopardising areas that we have fought hard to protect, and it is actually putting the whole greenbelt at risk, and it just doesn't make any sense. I think, you know, for us, we obviously, you know, we need to establish our own policies and targets for affordable housing through our Part 2 local plan. And none of us would disagree that we need to adopt a balanced housing mix through our own policies, because of course we need all types, tenures and value of housing to provide the housing that our residents need. That has always been the case, and we will be doing that. But no matter what's been said tonight, none of this is anything new. Nothing has changed since the council made the decision to adopt places for everyone. And that is why the legal advice is what it is in the document. And the report could not be clearer. It confirms whether people like the language or not, it would be unlawful. And that is the advice that we received from the barrister. For Oldham Council, as a responsible public authority, to request the Secretary of State to revoke places of everyone on the basis of the concerns raised in the motion. And it would be irresponsible for any elected member to ask the council to make an unlawful decision, and especially in the current financial climate, to expose us to a real risk of judicial review and the exorbitant costs that go with that. Now, there is only one viable option to the council, and that is to retain places for everyone. And the reality is this: this debate has been all about the release of a small amount of our Greenbelt land, but that misses the whole point of places for everyone. This isn't a negative plan about building on green spaces. It's a positive plan about providing the homes and jobs that our young people need. It's a plan which will give them hope so they can remain in Oldham and build their lives here and raise their families. A vote for this motion and this report is a vote for our young people, it's a vote for their future, and it's a vote for the future of Oldham. And I would encourage members to take this seriously, to do the right thing and to support the report. Thank you.
Right, we'll move to recorded vote, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a quick point of order.
Sorry, I don't have the time
Mr.
now.
Mayor, honestly, it regards to the legality of this, because the language that was been used, legal advice, is very, very different to what was expressed in the meeting, which was legal counsel. Now, there is a clear legal definition on that, and what I'm hearing here tonight is very, very different. And when I asked who this legal advice or counsel came from, the answer was, we can't tell you. It's subsequently been emerged that it was the Greater Manchester Combined Authority's own barrister that's provided this advice. So as such, I asked the acting barrister solicitor to look at this for its legality, because as far as I'm concerned, this is potentially, could be prejudicial and could be open to judicial review as it stands now.
So a matter of clarification there. I do think this is important. So yes, because this is a joint development plan, we can't ignore the fact that other authorities are involved and invested. So Greater Manchester Combined Authority paid for the legal advice and sought legal advice. But what you're trying to suggest is that we have provided our own legal advice. That is absolutely not correct. We have taken independent legal advice. And I'm sorry, when it suits and when you want legal advice for your motions, you're very happy to put it forward then. And when it doesn't give you what you want, then you suggest that somehow it's not appropriate.
We do need to move to the vote, please. Right, can we start before someone else starts speaking?
Councillor Adams. Councillor Al-Hamdani. Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Arnott. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Azad. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashford. Councillor Bishop. Against. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters.
For.
Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Gaffour. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
Very much against.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hints.
Against.
Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Fida. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Ibrahim. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Kenyon. Councillor Cowser. Councillor Lancaster? Councillor Malik? Councillor Marland? Councillor McLaren? Councillor Moores? Councillor Murphy? Councillor Mushtaq? Councillor Machine? Councillor Navesy? Against. Councillor Quigg? Councillor Rustich? Councillor Shah? Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sheldon? Councillor Shuttleworth? Councillor Sykes? Councillor Taylor? Councillor Waheed? Councillor Wilkinson? Councillor Williamson? Councillor Woodvine? Mr Mayor.
So there are 30 against and 29 for, so report is lost. So according to the Constitution 8.2, no, you don't have time to speak on any of the item agenda. It will be literally moving and voting for it or against it, whichever way you want to do it. So sorry, I can't take any speakers now. So item 13, call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Jabbar to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Does Councillor agree the recommendation detailed in report? Okay. Item 14, a call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Jabbar to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Does Councillor agree the recommendation in the report? Item 15, Council Tax Reduction Scheme 25-26. Call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second the report.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Does Councillor agree recommendation in the report? Item 16, Scrutiny Annual Report. I call on Councillor McLaren to move and Councillor Moores to second the report.
Second the report, Mr Mayor.
Does Councillor agree to note the report? Item 17, update on actions from Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Taylor to second the report.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, point of
Mr Mayor.
explanation or order, could I make a statement on an action, please? It's quite important.
It will be point of clarification if it's about the action, but
It's a clarification on the actions. It's something that the members need to know.
Yeah, please be quick though. Can't take speeches.
Just a quick one, Mr Mayor. It's for information for everybody, really. I'd like to take the opportunity to update survivors and members of the Council that the motion I brought before Council in January regarding the CSE inquiry, which is part of the actions, and to inform people that we've now received a response from the Secretary of State. I'm disappointed to say that the present government, just like the previous government, turned down our request for a Home Office-led public inquiry. The government have said they believe it's for Oldham Council alone to decide to commission an inquiry locally. Therefore, as previously discussed, we will now proceed with establishing an inquiry that will be independent of the Council, which will work for and with the survivors in seeking the truth, providing answers and justice they require. As you will be aware, this is an issue that I've been pushing for 5 years, and in that time, other independents have helped bring this matter forward. I will now work with relevant council officers and the external bodies required, including representatives from other councils, including Telford and Rotherham, to find the best way of proceeding with this motion. I make a promise to the survivors here and now that I will do everything I can to ensure this inquiry is truly independent and that their voices are heard in setting up the scope and depth of the inquiry, and I will report back to the council with any further updates. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, I know you've got a question about the action.
Yeah, I've got some questions about the action, Mr
Can I be
Mayor,
put
and
in
I
the
promise you I'll be under 3 minutes, if not sooner. All right, will you give me a couple of minutes? Right, okie doke. So we have a bit of fun over on this side of the chamber that overview and scrutiny is the place where motions go to die. But I think I've found another place where motions
seem to go down a similar path on page 295 of the Green Book, pages 302, 308 and 309. So just as an example of it, the 11th of September this year, a really sensitive subject about mass graves in Oldham cemeteries, which gained some media attention and is obviously distressing for the families, has had no updates whatsoever and not even mentioned on the updates from council. Likewise, youth council motion, we all agreed it were a good idea for the stationaries, but looking at the actions from it, no replies have been received. So, can we chase it? Likewise, the Labour joint motion, boys need bins.
Councillor Murphy, I fully take your point and I agree that there needs to be updated. Would you mind just putting that in writing to Acting Chief Executive?
I certainly will.
Thank you. That concludes the business today. Thank you.